Upgrade Your Lifestyle, 10 Keys to Unlock a Steady State of Happiness. By Bob Wuest. Introduction. Would you sit before a piano for the first time and expect that by randomly striking keys, a beautiful piano concerto would result? Of course not. During your initial time at the piano, you might be satisfied to be able to find the fingering for Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. We all understand that a concert pianist must have studied and learned many principles of music, and followed that up with immense amounts of practice and polishing of individual pieces. Similarly, going about life without core principles and practices will rarely yield a virtuoso performance. We seek and expect happiness, yet so often we find ourselves stuck at Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Like piano, happiness is an art form. Learning the art form of happiness is similar in many ways to learning to play the piano. There are many fundamental concepts, and they are cumulative in nature. Once we study and learn them, it takes a considerable amount of practice and polishing to yield the outcome we desire. In this book I describe 10 concepts that literally transformed my life from daily stress, striving and despair to a remarkable lifestyle that I describe as grace and ease, fun, beauty and meaning. About the author at the end of this book is a capsule of my life story. I use the term upgrade your lifestyle to refer to incremental changes you can make in your life, behaviors, beliefs, habits, practices, each of which will propel you further toward a steady state of happiness. For most of us, that means living with ease and grace, inner peace, loving relationships, and an abundance of resources. Where you have arrived at the top of your game, and practically nothing is able to knock you off it. That is this book's potential for you. The fact that you are here now means that you are ready for positive advancement in your life. What you will discover here are 10 keys to bring about positive change, thereby upgrading the quality of your life. You may find the effects on your life of embracing the practices here nothing short of amazing. Whether you would grade yourself a 1 or an 8 on an imaginary happiness scale of 1 to 10 today, this book is certain to help you move up at least a few notches. Context. 3 kinds of people will be drawn to read this book. In which group do you find yourself today? 1. Blessed, you believe life is overall pretty good, and you suspect it can become even better. You feel good about yourself, and you are on a path to deep self-love. Your work sustains you financially, but you remain open to greater prosperity and meaning. You may have a primary relationship that feeds you, but you would welcome fewer disagreements resolved more quickly, and greater intimacy. Or maybe you don't have such a relationship, but you are open to one. You are well along on your personal development journey. Some of these concepts here are probably familiar to you. You may adopt a deeper view of their effect in creating an even more wonderful lifestyle. 2. Stressed, life may often seem hectic and stressful, you would welcome a bit more harmony and rhythm. You may have had several failed relationships, and you would like to find hope that one day you could achieve lasting happiness in your primary relationship. You may be making ends meet financially, but you may worry that a sudden and unexpected medical expense or major auto repair might prove devastating. Henry David Thoreau's quote, "The mass of men live lives of quiet desperation," may resonate with you. Rest assured, there is more to life than your experience to date. 3. Depressed, life is painful. No matter what you do, the whole world seems like it's out to get you. You may have been betrayed by your friends or lovers, and perhaps you have given up on relationships. Your work is stressful, boring, and meaningless. Your finances are a mess and getting worse. You might find yourself wondering if it even makes sense to go on with life, that checking out might ease the pain. I have been blessed, stressed, and depressed at different times of my life. For many years I was consumed with the pursuit of success, stress, anxiety, striving, and the never-ending quest for more money, more material possessions, more prestige, more self-gratification. Self-confidence eluded me, so I put on mental masks to make myself look more capable than I felt inside. I went from one job to another, one relationship after the other, hoping that the next one would be the one I had been looking for. The concept of self-love wasn't on my radar screen. Naturally, everyone close to me knew that the masks I wore were hiding some darkness within. When they tried to help, I blew them off as not knowing me as well as I knew myself. Life seemed sharp and prickly every day. A series of significant emotional traumas in my 40s knocked me flat on the ground. Life became unbearably painful. All the ideas I had held about how to live a successful life seemed to have failed me. The notion of happiness appeared an unreachable illusion. It seemed I had lost any concept of how to deal with day-to-day occurrences in ways that would result in anything other than more suffering. I was ready to give up, to end my suffering. I started thinking of putting my affairs in order to allow me to check out of my painful life. I was at a place of total surrender. From that place of surrendering all I thought I had known about how to live a productive life, the proverbial light at the end of the tunnel somehow appeared. That dim light, far off in the distance, seemed to suggest a new, more hopeful way of being that would be less painful. As I began walking in the direction of the light and recovering from my emotional trauma, it didn't even occur to me to set a goal to be happy. My greatest ambition was to quit feeling so bad. I wanted relief from the day-to-day stress, striving, anxiety and lack of everyday life in an economized society. I wanted to stop having painful, failed relationships, and find hope that one day I could have an intimate relationship that didn't eventually lead to friction and a sense of inadequacy. I wanted to find some good reason to think that if I went on living life would one day yield less suffering. The path I discovered at that point of surrender had no roadmap. I had no idea where it was leading, nor what lay at the end. I blindly took one step at a time into concepts, beliefs, and teachings that showed up for me at various times. I made some good steps, and some not so good steps that took me off the path for a while. But somehow, I always found myself back on the path again, and just kept on taking that next step. Once I had integrated the lessons of one principle, the next would somehow present itself to me. I like a common expression, when the student's ready, the teacher will appear. That has been, and continues to be my experience. Could that be how you have been guided to this book? It has been a long journey, often uplifting, and occasionally distressing. It has culminated in what I call a steady state of happiness, where every day has elements of fun, beauty, upbeat thoughts, and gratifying experiences. Most any negativity that shows up in my world seems to dissipate pretty quickly as a result of the methods and practices that I will share here. Most of my days are personally fulfilling and meaningful. Like most of us, I have good days and not so good days. The rhythm of life just keeps showing up for us all, right? Events happen that can take us off our game. But, just as the dark clouds always eventually part to reveal the sun, we always find our way back at whatever steady state feels most familiar and comfortable to us, whether that steady state is stress and anxiety, outrage and anger, a general numbness toward life, or in my case, and I hope yours soon, happiness. You can think of a steady state like cruise control on your car. Set it at 60 miles per hour, it will fluctuate 1 or 2 miles per hour higher or lower moment to moment. But mostly it will keep you moving along at 60 miles per hour. In 2017, I developed a sincere curiosity about how I achieved this state. I started wondering, grounded in humility and gratitude, what did I ever do to deserve this, to bring this about? How in the world did I ever arrive here? When I reflected on those questions for weeks on end, the answers emerged in the form of insights about the practices I had adopted over the years to bring me to this place. Perfect 20/20 hindsight confirmed that each of those practices was like a puzzle piece. Like a jigsaw puzzle, a beautiful picture emerged once all the pieces had been put in place. Along with these insights came the ambition to share them with you, to guide you to the lifestyle of your dreams, whatever that may be. This book is the product of that aspiration. If it has the desired effect, it will ignite aspects of yourself that have been with you all along, but may have lain dormant or hidden from your awareness. What you are about to read isn't simply my truth. It's a collection of widely accepted truths, from a variety of sources, that I chose to adapt as my own at various stages of my life journey. Though many are based on spiritual principles, I have distilled them into fundamental concepts to make this material equally accessible to anyone, regardless of your spiritual orientation, self-development, or deconstruction. Along the way, I thought of the work I was doing as personal growth and development. What's apparent to me now, at the summit of my life journey, is that the behaviors I adopted over the course of my 20-plus-year journey were not additive in nature. In other words, they did not add to my core beliefs and behaviors that seemed to have served me, or not, for the first 40-plus years of my life. They tended to be more subtractive in nature. Adopting them required that I release old programming, beliefs, behaviors, day-to-day modes of operating, and replace them with new, more effective strategies for living with passion, vitality, and grace. I was rebirthing my life with healthy new perspectives. In many respects it seems as if I was simply returning to my natural state of being, having been liberated from painful, ineffective beliefs and behaviors. What's not here? You won't find much here in the way presented as spiritual ideals or woo-woo. There are tons of great resources widely available at any bookstore for someone on a spiritual path. This is not an attempt to add to that genre. Rather, this book is intended as a practical guide to achieving a uniquely satisfying lifestyle where positive thoughts and feelings are yours upon awakening and throughout most days. You won't find dogma here about how to live your life. I hope you will become your own guru to construct your own, unique dogma for living a fulfilling, meaningful and elevated life, using these principles and others as part of your journey. I promise that if you begin upgrading your lifestyle in a progressive manner, it will prove immensely rewarding in the way you feel about yourself, and how you show up in the world. And, if you use these principles as a guide, I sincerely expect you will arrive at a steady state of happiness in far less time than it took me. I am just like you. I am an ordinary man, though I am living an extraordinary life. If I have reached this remarkable state in life, then it is equally accessible to you. A quick preview. The methods you are about to learn have one thing in common. They all involve using your mind in ways that may be unfamiliar to you now. Each, as it turns out, is a step in the direction of increased self-awareness and self-love. This book is framed in the context of expanding your personal happiness and reducing suffering. Those are worthy goals that each of us can benefit from. Each of the following chapters has been written with those primary goals in mind. However, if you embrace the practices you are about to read, you will automatically accrue a variety of other lifestyle upgrades that will positively affect every aspect of your life. Here are just a few of side benefits to watch for. Greater self-awareness. A better understanding of your persona, who you are and how you show up in life. Your thoughts, emotions, moods and attitudes, and how you relate to others. Greater understanding and empathy toward others, and a deeper sense of self-love naturally result from greater self-awareness. Every relationship, intimate, friendly, work-related or casual, stands to benefit. Access to greater personal resources. You may discover that you have better recall of information in your brain from long-ago experiences that will aid your everyday choices and decision-making. You will enhance your ability to access your natural insight and intuition. Improved health. You will find yourself better managing stress and anxiety, and navigating your emotions more successfully. You may not realize that well over half of primary care physician visits are related to stress. As are, of course, a variety of chronic conditions. You will see two phrases here with some regularity. These are important fundamentals that are at the core of upscaling your life. I will touch on them briefly here as a point of reference. How to apply them is the subject of subsequent chapters. Change your mind. Changing your thinking, in other words, the way you look at things, is an important, life-altering ability we all have. You have complete freedom to choose how you perceive virtually everything. Your entire perspective of life is based on thoughts held in your mind. When you change them, and the power is always yours to do so, the whole world can seem to shift instantly in a moment of clarity. Whether or not you realize it, you have adopted many defective beliefs by default, from your family of origin, religion, society, political parties, culture, or other community influences. Your accumulated beliefs are a colored lens through which you view yourself and everything about the world around you. Generally speaking, the agendas of communities are meant to serve the ongoing welfare of the community more so than the individuals in the community. Their intention is to replace thoughts about your own best interests with groupthink that serves their purposes. They are essentially dogmas that minimally outline, and often dictate as a condition of membership in the community what you should believe and how you should think. Don't like our rules? You're free to leave. When you engage critical thinking skills and a curiosity to question everything you know, you may come to realize that some of these beliefs may no longer serve you at your stage in life, or the personal development path you are on. Releasing any one of your core beliefs can result in freedom to embrace more productive, effective thought forms. Here's a very simple example of how, when you changed your mind, your whole worldview changed. As a child, the idea of Santa Claus filled you with excitement and happiness around Christmas time. At one point, though, you suddenly came to the realization that Santa is no more than a myth. Though you were probably disappointed by that revelation, it served your self-development. You wouldn't have a lot of credibility with your friends and coworkers today if you still believed in Santa, right? The Santa myth is timeless and magical. In fact, you may have shared it with your children because it's so much fun for them. But when you changed your mind about Santa, your reality changed in an instant. Every day presents you dozens of new opportunities to change your mind about how you view people, events, and circumstances. Some are as life-altering as letting go of your tightly held Santa view. Being willing to change your mind is not just about how you view the world around you. It presents opportunities to take on new ideas about who you are. A willingness to realize that you have access to more resources within you than you have come to understand to this point, and coming to acknowledge that you are really greater in many ways than the self-beliefs you have held till now. Much more on this later. Arguing with reality, this term refers to what seems our human nature to criticize, condemn, and judge other people, events and circumstances, and even ourselves. The language of wrongness, should, have to, and need to naturally results from arguing with objective reality, in other words, what is. Some of those outside influences mentioned earlier probably guided you to think in terms of moralistic judgments that those outside your group, or you, are ignorant, wrong or bad. Criticizing, condemning and judging essentially drive happiness beyond your grasp. You might, on occasion, achieve a momentary high from a sense of self-righteousness or superiority when you think you won an argument. But those momentary sensations lead you away from greater happiness. Byron Katie, an important teacher, instructs that all human suffering results from arguing with reality. By experimenting repeatedly with this concept, I have come to accept it as a universal truth. Any critical self-judgment is a form of self-loathing which sabotages you frequently, and keeps you stuck. Unfortunately, many of us seem to be our own most harsh critics. And, we may not even realize how frequently we are self-critical. When you become adept at realizing when you are arguing with reality, and then changing your mind so that you are accepting reality rather than arguing with it, you free yourself from the control of external influences and harsh judgments. And a new, liberating level of personal freedom and inner peace opens up to you. Knowing versus being. You are about to gain knowledge about practical means to cultivate greater happiness. Knowledge simply fills the brain with information. Wisdom results from gaining personal experience with your knowledge, by applying these principles, rather than just accumulating them in your brain. Back to our piano analogy, it's not difficult to learn how to finger the notes on the sheet music. Becoming a pianist, though, requires daily practice. I hope you set an intention to earnestly try the exercises and integrate into your life the practices here that make sense to you. If this isn't your goal, please know that you will find Dr. Seuss or Seinfeld more entertaining. This book hasn't come into your possession to entertain, but rather to transform your life into a more meaningful expression of your wholeness. Some of the practices here will require that you step out of your comfort zone, or that which is familiar and comfortable to you today. A friend once shared 2 tidbits of profound wisdom. 1. Growth comes from being uncomfortable. 2. Real growth comes from becoming comfortable with being uncomfortable. If you are unwilling to be uncomfortable enough to try some new and different behaviors, it doesn't make you in any way wrong or less than, nor should you judge yourself as such. You may be at a point in your life where the discomfort of all that's familiar feels better than the discomfort of making conscious changes. If you discover that that's your truth, may I suggest you pay it forward to a friend who has passion around improving their life by passing this book on to them. How to read this book. If you are new to the idea of putting suffering behind you and embracing happiness, some of the information here might be a challenge for you to absorb, much less, adopt. I invite you to stretch yourself. If, at first glance, something isn't making sense, take a break from the material. Come back later, refreshed, and reread the chapter you were struggling with. If it still doesn't make sense at that point, then simply move on to the next chapter. Focus on one or two practices that appeal to you. Integrate what makes sense to you into your life, and ignore that which doesn't. If you come back to the book after you have adopted one or two practices, you may find that the other concepts seem to have taken on greater meaning, because you are rereading them with new eyes. Remember, please, that learning something new has no benefit whatsoever if you don't actually do it. When your personal experience is heaped atop your knowledge, your pace of change accelerates. You become wise, capable of helping yourself as well as others with the lessons learned from life experience. Throughout this book you will find exercises related to the concepts presented. When you arrive at one of these, I urge you to set aside time to focus on and complete the exercise, before reading further. This will allow you to personally experience the transformative effects of the concept, thus upscaling your knowledge to personal experience. Committing to change. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe once wrote about commitment. Until one is committed, there is hesitancy, the chance to draw back, always ineffectiveness. Concerning all acts of initiative or creation, there is one elementary truth, the ignorance of which kills countless ideas and splendid plans. That the moment one definitely commits oneself, providence moves too. All sorts of things occur to help one that would otherwise never have occurred. A whole stream of events issues from the decision, raising in one's favor all manner of incidents and meetings. And material assistance which no one would have believed would have come. Whatever you think you can do or believe you can do, begin it. Action has magic, grace and power in it. Are you ready to commit to advancing your state of happiness? If so, your journey begins by turning the page. Carpe diem. Chapter 1. Your natural state. Remaining within each of us is the pure state that existed when we exited our mother's womb. The big four qualities of love, joy, abundance, and peace, LJAP, that were our experience as fetuses, and upon birth. If you have any doubt about the existence of that pure state, consider this image. When a mother and her baby are in close contact with one another, they tend to fixate on one another's eyes. Their heartbeats will slow, and actually attune to one another. The baby's state of joy, peace and love is evident, and of course, they draw the child's mother, or father, into that same state. And consider the abundance the infant experiences. All its needs are provided for, beginning in the womb, where the fetus is comfortably warm, wet, and nourished via the placenta. Once the child is born, the mother's love and affection, and breast milk are designed by nature to continue the infant's natural state of abundance. Love, joy, abundance and peace are the natural state of the infant. This was you, at the time of your birth. And then, life happens. You learn who you are by unlearning who they taught you to be. Nicky Rowe. So many of the world's experiences, beginning not long after birth, have the effect of armoring up our hearts. We adopt defensive behaviors and coping mechanisms that seem to allow us to survive and make meaning of life. We implement heart-armoring strategies as we recover from failed relationships. Throughout life, we take on certain beliefs as foundational, and rarely ever later question them, even long after the outcomes demonstrate that they are not working for us. These behaviors and beliefs seem to have served us. Chances are, you can see some level of success in your life, so they must have been somewhat effective, right? But thus far they haven't led you to the happiness you seek and deserve. Without replacing some of them with higher quality behaviors and beliefs, they are not liable to. As one subtle layer of armor is added to the layers beneath it over our tender years, through adolescence and on into adulthood, we completely lose sight of the LJAP that was ours at birth. When we unpack our core behaviors and beliefs, we can see they have had the effect of erecting layers of insulation around our core LJAP, thus keeping it mostly out of sight except in rare moments. It might be a stretch to even believe that that pure, natural state of love, joy, abundance and peace was ever ours to begin with. As an example, you may find that you have adopted some of the core messages of life in an economized society, that you need to get an education, work hard for a big company and climb your way up the corporate ladder, and earn a lot of money in order to be successful. You may have adopted the consumerist's idea, every marketer's goal, that you are just one purchase away from achieving happiness. By now you may have come to realize that all the stuff you have acquired hasn't yielded happiness. Maybe you are starting to question whether earning more and buying more is leading you in the right direction. Maybe you have considered that the notion of more money equals more success equals more happiness may not be entirely accurate. Or the other foolish notion, more stuff equals greater happiness. If you have thought about accessing love, joy, abundance and peace in your life, chances are the nature of your thought form has been about achieving it. The notion of achieving something you don't have now is based on the idea that you lack LJAP now, and thus, it becomes something to strive for. To grasp for. To try to attain, in order to succeed. Striving, grasping, attempting to achieve that which we think we don't have enough of, or want more of, leads to stress, anxiety, frustration, disappointment and a host of other negative emotions. Removing the armor. Here we will remove many of the layers of armor that hide your natural birth state. If you do any one of the exercises here once, you will likely notice a more peaceful and happy feeling set in. If you embrace one as a regular practice, you will no doubt come to the awareness that you have upgraded your lifestyle. Adopt them all as lifelong practices and you will liberate your heart's natural state, and ignite a deep appreciation for the amazing, wonderful life you have created for yourself. The primary concept. One concept is absolutely fundamental to everything else you read here. Happiness is your birthright. Whoever you have become that is not the love, joy, abundance and peace at the core of your being at birth has everything to do with the thoughts, beliefs, ideas, and concepts you hold in your mind. The thoughts and beliefs you have adopted about your life experiences in order to help you explain them or make meaning of them. Beliefs you adopted from family, school, cultural and societal influences. These deeply embedded thought forms intensely influence who you are and how you behave. They are so deeply ingrained that they often run on autopilot, day in and day out, throughout your life, and they guide you away from your birthright. To such a remarkable extent that it may be a stretch to believe that love, joy, abundance and peace were ever yours to begin with. We will address this more deeply in later chapters, but for now I want to introduce 3 important concepts that are foundational to moving forward, in this book, and in life. 1. Happiness is your birthright. 2. If you are not happy, chances are that your beliefs and ideas are holding happiness beyond your reach. 3. You will never achieve happiness by striving for it. What you can do, though, is surrender the layers of armor that have covered up your true nature, and replace them with new, more beneficial beliefs and practices that guide you back to your natural state. Please reflect deeply on number 1 above. Don't you deserve happiness? Can you, even if you have to stretch a bit, engage with the possibility that happiness is as equally available to you as it is to me? And if I can be happy, don't you deserve it just as much as me or anyone else? In an earlier stage of my life, I would have responded to that line of questioning about deserving happiness with some idea like, happiness has to be achieved, earned, or, it takes money to achieve happiness. You might resonate with these, or have your own arguments with that idea. I am asking you to set aside your rebuttals for a time, and seriously consider that happiness is, in fact, your birthright. That elementary belief is fundamental to everything else you will read here. When you believe, from your deepest core, that you deserve to be happy, you open space in your heart and mind for new ideas that guide you in the right direction. If you are stretching to absorb the fact that happiness is your birthright, you are likely struggling with some deep inner messages that inform you that you don't deserve happiness. You may find the material in Chapter 8 helpful in releasing the power of those messages. Extreme happiness. Though I am an American, I have lived in third world countries since 2011. I have seen more happiness among people with just a small fraction of our resources than among many Americans. Following is one example. My partner Joy's sister, like so many other Filipino people, lives in a small crude hut without running water or electricity. She and her family sleep on bamboo mats on the floor. They walk to the nearest river to bathe and wash their clothes. Sometimes they have to scramble, or borrow, or butcher their prized chicken, the family pet, in order to have enough food for their family's dinner on any given day. For some Filipino people, 3 or more generations of their family, maybe 10 people or more, might live in a 10 by 20-foot hut. The grandparents are welcome to live with them, and are respected and cared for because of the life wisdom they freely share, for chipping in around the house, and for their loving attitudes toward their grandchildren. When it rains they catch the drops from their leaky roof in 1-liter Coke bottles with the tops cut off. The children entertain themselves by making up little games with stones or bottle caps. They have no toys. The man of the house might work all day for the equivalent of a couple dollars. And yet, on any given day, the entire family's attitude is upbeat, positive and happy. How can they possibly be so happy with so few resources, when life is seemingly so mean and hard? Because they don't have expectations about needing to have, or own stuff in order to be happy. Their happiness results from their interactions with their family and friends. Holidays like Christmas and New Year's are opportunities for brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, and nieces and nephews from afar to come on a bus and reunite with them in joyful celebration. They pool their resources and share a potluck dinner that collectively might weigh little more than an American holiday turkey. They pass around a bottle or two of cheap booze, share stories, tell jokes, laugh together, and truly enjoy one another's company during the holiday season. And then they fall asleep, asshole to elbow, on mats or blankets on the floor. Fun family events are a parade or fiesta put on by the village to celebrate one of their numerous smaller holidays. Or putting on their best clothes and going to church on Sunday, where the social aspect of laughing with neighbors is as important a part of their Sunday ritual as the worship. Or attending little Angela's 4th grade graduation ceremony and swelling with pride when she wins a blue ribbon as the best speller. I saw a YouTube video recently where a Western tourist was so impressed with the happiness among the Filipino people that he interviewed them to ask them why they smile so much. About a dozen people responded with some variation of this. From childhood we are taught to smile. Everyone around us is smiling and so it's easy to smile all the time. Happiness is a core aspect of their wonderful culture. As an aside, anger is an unfamiliar emotion to most Filipinos. An outburst of anger by a foreigner will be met with a deer in the headlights look, followed by withdrawal, because they don't know how else to respond to it. When I lived in Mexico, every day I walked about 3 miles through my little Mexican village, and along a boardwalk on Lake Chapala. Most of the Mexican people I encountered on my walk would smile and say "Buenos dias, señor, ¿cómo estás?" Naturally, their cheery greetings brightened my day. Do you think these Filipinos and Mexicans might encounter some stress about money? Of course, they do, nearly every day. But money is simply a resource for them that allows them to navigate the everyday necessities of their simple lifestyle. They don't stress about saving money, taking big vacations, or retiring comfortably. They are simply living in the moment and doing what they must to survive physically and, in fact, thrive emotionally and spiritually. They take their pleasure and gratification from their family and neighbors, and embrace a cultural disposition toward happiness. Contrast this with first-world attitudes about happiness, anger, money, and family. The point being, if people who, please excuse the crude but somewhat accurate expression, don't have a pot to piss in can live with everyday happiness, is there a possibility that it might be available to you too? Might changing your mind to see things a bit differently lead you in the direction of greater happiness? Please, let the idea that happiness is your birthright roll around in your mind, forevermore. Chapter 2. Managing your mind's happiness. The emotions and feelings of happiness are fleeting. You are pretty sure you will be happy as soon as you buy that new BMW. Or take the vacation that you have been saving for. Or get that promotion and raise you hope is just ahead. More than likely, you will experience a feeling of happiness, for about a week after the Jaguar is parked in your garage. Or while you are actually on the vacation. Or for a week or so, while enjoying the prestige of your new career position, before you become overwhelmed with its incremental responsibilities. But after any of those, you will go back to your steady state, whatever it is for you. Do you know what your steady state is now? Are you blessed, stressed, or depressed? You can refer back to the context section toward the beginning of the book if you need an outline of these states. An exercise. Please take a few minutes now to reflect on your steady state. Write down in a notebook about your overall state of mind, the emotions and moods you encounter most often, and your general attitude and outlook on life. This exercise will cause you to acknowledge your current state of being, and later it will serve as an important point of comparison as you move forward. Accept, for now, that your lifestyle is about to change in amazing ways. Trust me on this for now. Please just hold that thought in mind as you continue to read. It will be useful to have a benchmark for where you are today versus your state of mind in a few months. Happiness is most often thought of as an emotion. Emotions are transient by nature. They are here one moment, or hour, or day, and gone the next, replaced by the next emotion. This book isn't about achieving the emotion of happiness. It's about getting to a steady state of happiness, where happiness is your everyday core reality. Your basic attitude about life. Of course, events will occur that bring up other emotions that conflict with your happiness. They might feel more urgent than happiness in the moment they occur. But remember, these are emotions, by definition, they are transient. They are like clouds that obscure the sun for a few hours or days. But all of us have no doubt that when the clouds clear, the sun will still be there. That is a good analogy for your steady state. Here is a concept that you may have heard some variation of before. You will never achieve a steady state of happiness by focusing your thoughts on stuff that's external to you. Not money, or success, or a relationship. Not a degree, or a career, or a Kawasaki Ninja motorcycle. Happiness is an inside job. It's the degree to which you cultivate satisfaction and contentedness with your reality today while intending for it to become even better in the future. Success is being able to go to bed each night with your mind and soul at peace. Paulo Coelho. The idea of happiness being a product of mind, in other words, an inside job, might come as quite a shock for those who think they will ultimately achieve happiness when they finally move into their dream home. Or meet their soulmate. Or accumulate $1 million in their retirement fund. If your inner nature is not happy, then the external stuff is just bling. Fortune magazine's wealthiest person lists are full of people who have achieved massive wealth, and yet happiness eludes them. Regardless of how you may regard his policies, few would argue that the billionaire who resides in the White House in 2018 is a happy man. An intimate relationship with your soulmate might be the most durable among the examples given earlier. In other words, the feeling of happiness will last longer, perhaps even to the point where happiness might feel like your new state of being. But when dating your soulmate is followed by a longer-term relationship, power struggles will inevitably show up eventually that take the luster off the romance. And then, back once more to your steady state, whatever it is. Am I saying that having or acquiring anything won't lead to a steady state of happiness? Absolutely. Only when your inner landscape is literally programmed for happiness will you actually achieve that steady state. Your outer world will always reflect your inner state. When you achieve love, joy, abundance and peace within your heart and mind, your experience of the outer world will simply mirror it. You will discover concepts here that will aid you in creating a magnificent inner landscape. Fortunately, the quality of your experience of life doesn't reside outside you, or with others. It is all up to you. It results from two variables. 1. The quality of your thoughts. 2. The meanings or value judgments you create from the situations that present to you every day. In the chapters that follow, we will identify a number of techniques to upscale both these variables. If you engage the concepts in this book, you will be starting down a path of greater self-awareness and a more disciplined mind. This will enable you to better manage your thought stream to change the meanings you attribute to people, events, and circumstances, and cultivate a deeper sense of self-love. Your thought stream. We average 60,000 thoughts a day, give or take 10,000 or so. That's roughly 3,000 per hour, or about 1 per second, every second we are awake. Most of them are pretty much handled on autopilot, maybe 5% or so require our conscious attention. For instance, think about your commute to and from work. How many thoughts occur, and how many decisions are handled by your mental autopilot? How fast to drive, when to brake or accelerate, whether you can run that yellow light before it turns red, whether you can overtake that car safely, the time showing on the bank's clock, the radio announcer's news babble, when to turn on, off your windshield wipers or turn signal, when to turn left or right. During your commute, possibly thousands of sensory inputs, resultant thoughts, and decisions stream through your mind. If you follow the same route each day, 90+% of these will be handled on autopilot, with virtually none of your attention given to what you see or hear, or your thoughts and the related decisions. But if that bank clock reads 7:55 a.m. and you are due at work at 8 a.m., you pick that sensory input out of the thousands of others. You give it your attention. You create one thought, followed by others. You give your thoughts meaning. And the meaning you give them will probably bring up emotions. Oh no! I am going to be 10 minutes late for work. I hope the boss isn't looking for me for an early meeting. She will be upset with me, because she is a stickler for people being there on time. She might reprimand me, and it might be reflected in my performance and salary review. Why didn't I leave home earlier? I wonder if I can sneak in without her seeing me. Chances are, you are driving faster than you were a few moments earlier. You extracted one sensory input, the bank clock, from among thousands of others. You seized on the resultant thought, it is 5 minutes before I am due at work. Can you imagine the many thoughts that may have stemmed from that single sensory input, the bank clock? The meanings you may have ascribed to the thoughts. And the emotions that may have ensued, perhaps stress, anxiety, anger, or fear. A terrible master. The mind is an excellent servant, but a terrible master. Robin S. Sharma. Without mental discipline, your thought stream is mostly random. It is given to thoughts that most often stem from the many thousands of pieces of sensory information coming into your brain from your eyes and ears every minute. But you might give your attention to just one of those thoughts and react like the example I gave above, create some more thoughts, perhaps make up out of thin air some stories about the future, known as meaning-making, and maybe trigger some emotions. Your mind is the master, and you have become its servant. You are not in control of your thoughts. Rather, they are in control of you. Of course, that's not the case all day, every day. You are able to give some of your attention to the task at hand, reading a book, solving a problem, attending a meeting. But without a disciplined mind you are giving only part of your attention to the task at hand, and the rest to distractions that pop up. The email ding that goes off that causes you to go read that email. A text message or phone call that you choose to take, losing your focus on the task at hand. A spontaneous recollection that you have to pick up the dry cleaning on your way home. Lack of mental discipline, then, has a negative effect on your productivity. Your ability to focus, or give most of your attention to one thing at a time. If your mind is essentially running along, being triggered by the outside interferences, you are not consciously choosing what to think about, or what to give your attention to. Many of your unconscious thoughts may be based in regret about the past or worry about the future. It is difficult for you to remain present. You have relegated your ability to choose your thoughts to your mind, which has become your master by default. I use the term monkey mind to refer to the random thought stream that occurs in our minds when we are not focused, and are thus ill-prepared to guide our minds to the present moment and/or thoughts that serve us in a good way. An excellent servant. A disciplined mind allows you to focus your attention, rather than continuously shift it back and forth in reaction to external stimulations. With greater discipline, your thought stream slows down. You have more capacity to choose which thoughts to give your attention to, and which thoughts to just let move through one end of your mind and out the other. Greater mental discipline expands your ability to observe your thoughts, which is key to choosing whether or not you give them your attention. Moving forward in this book, you will find some practices that require that you choose your thoughts, and shift the meaning you give to them. What I describe as changing your mind. You will be presented new ways of looking at things you may have thought you already knew. You may find some of this material challenging based on your current mental discipline level. If your comfort zone isn't serving you well today, if your outcomes don't reflect happiness, I invite you, once again, to stretch. Cultivating mind discipline. It is not terribly difficult to learn to discipline your mind. But it takes some work. Some regular practices. And starting a new practice in itself requires commitment to make a firm decision, and determination to follow through on it. This requires even more mental discipline. The absolute number one best way I know of to train your mind for discipline is a daily meditation practice. There are dozens of benefits to meditation, among them cultivating the ability to literally slow down your mind, the ability to observe and choose your thoughts, and a greater ability to focus on one thing at a time. These three skills have the potential to skyrocket your productivity, creativity, and overall happiness. You need not have a daily meditation practice to move toward a steady state of happiness. But if you adopt some of the other practices in this book, you might decide it is worth trying. Choosing your thoughts requires that you first observe them. That is not possible when the mind is the master and you are its servant. Meditation is one of the topics of Chapter 9. That chapter will give you more reasons to try it, and some suggestions about how to start a daily meditation practice. In the next chapter we will present a brilliant way to use focused thought that has been scientifically proven effective in elevating your happiness level. Chapter 3. What satisfies you? Somewhere around 2008, at a time in my life when finances were particularly tough, I came across an article about positive psychology. It was a degree program developed by the University of Pennsylvania, under the guidance of one Dr. Martin Seligman. I was fascinated by the sound of it, positive psychology, just what I need. I found their website and started reading. Psychology has historically focused on pathological issues like mental illness and troubled marriages. Positive psychology is intended to meet anyone where they are today and move them higher on a happiness scale. That sounded like a formula to relieve at least some of my gloom and doom around finances. I read on until I found the most important practice they had discovered that significantly improved one's level of happiness measurably. The uptick in happiness started kicking in after as little as 21 days of practicing this technique. It had been demonstrated effective in dozens of clinical studies with tens of thousands of people all up and down the income spectrum, and from all walks of life. That sounded to me like something worth trying. A daily gratitude practice. Here's what they had people do during their clinical studies. At the start of each day they set aside 5 minutes or so, and write down in a journal, also known as a cheap spiral notebook, everything that came to mind that they were grateful for. They need not be events or circumstances that made them ecstatically happy, anything recognized as even satisfying should be recorded. It need not have happened today, even recalling a satisfying or happy memory would work. They were to strive to write different things every day, rather than writing the same thoughts day after day. Simple things like having a home and running water and electricity, or more profound things like a new awareness of positive characteristics of their partner or children. And then after writing, they were to reflect for a few minutes on what they had written in an attempt to feel gratitude in their heart. They measured people's happiness levels prior to starting the study using a scale and testing methods they had developed, and then again, each week. During the first couple weeks there was not always too much measurable change. But after 21 days of this practice people were near universally testing significantly happier than when they had begun the study. I didn't search for the results after 6 months or a year of doing this practice. I was just excited to see if my own happiness level might improve after 3 weeks of doing it. It had to be worth investing 10 minutes of my time at the start of each day. Following are some things I noticed shortly after starting this practice, and in the years since. I started paying greater attention to what occurred during my day that brought me happiness or satisfaction, so I had something new to journal about the next day. The very act of noticing these occurrences gave me more happiness and appreciation in the moment than they otherwise would have since 1, I was paying attention more to how I felt about them, and came to realize that they occurred more often than I had noticed previously, and 2, I was glad I had found a little something to journal about and reflect on the following morning. When I started with the simple things like those I mentioned earlier, I had a little difficulty in feeling gratitude in my heart when reflecting on what I had written. The process of reflecting and journaling felt very surface and mechanical. But after a short time, it became easier, particularly since I noticed that situations that brought me satisfaction or happiness occurred more frequently each day than I had realized earlier. I was even grateful for that awareness. Look what happened. I noticed I was experiencing happiness or a sense of satisfaction more often than I had previously realized, each day. Wow, this stuff works. After I had written the simple stuff during the first few days, I started searching my mind for more profound things. How I appreciated seeing my partner when she came home after a long day of work, or the twinge of excitement I would feel when I came home and her car was already parked in the driveway. I started noticing when I found a close-in parking spot at the mall. When there was less traffic than normal when driving. When I noticed the good taste of my food, and the good service at a restaurant. I noticed the comfort of my mattress when laying down at night, and when a pretty sunrise greeted me upon awakening. Nothing at all out of the ordinary, mind you. But I came to view these simple things as feel-good moments that brought a feeling of satisfaction, happiness, or even excitement. I made a point of doing things more often as I became aware that they were satisfying, like going for solitary walks in a park, or enjoying a cup of coffee at a coffee shop before starting my workday. My appreciation for my partner grew as I started searching for things she said or did that were satisfying, as opposed to a more normal focus on how I wished she would change. It was becoming easier to feel the gratitude in my heart during my morning reflection time. So, it seemed to me that my gratitude practice was literally increasing my happiness. And my happiness was increasing my gratitude. All this within my 21-day trial period. Today, I no longer maintain a daily gratitude journal. But, because gratitude progressed from a curious experiment to a practice where I could literally experience the results building day to day, I still devote at least a few moments each day to reflect on what I am grateful for. Sometimes I am able to feel it so deeply in my heart now that tears come to my eyes. And gratitude tends to be with me throughout the day. I noticed how tasty that salmon and egg breakfast was this morning. I was grateful in the moment for that little coffee shop and their yummy food, just a short walk from my gym. I noticed how sweet it felt when I got my morning hug after preparing my partner's morning coffee. I noticed that road construction is nearing completion, finally, and it made me happy. I noticed the coconut palms swaying in the breeze against a beautiful blue sky and white fluffy clouds, and I smiled. Here is my working theory about gratitude, as a long-term practitioner, and someone who's always looking to mine just one more nugget of gold from any practice I view as worthwhile. Gratitude opens a door for grace. I have noticed that whatever I am deeply grateful for seems to literally expand in my life. If I feel deep gratitude for the beauty of nature, within a few days I am treated to some beautiful new and unexpected experience of nature. If I feel deep gratitude for the way my partner tickles my back, she just naturally seems to do it more often, without me ever mentioning it to her. When I am deeply grateful for the love my partner and I share, our relationship just naturally deepens. If I feel deep gratitude for my muscle tone even though there are too many candles to fit on the birthday cake, it seems my muscles take on more tone and mass. Note that in the examples above I used deeply grateful or feel deep gratitude. I have come to realize that feeling the gratitude is way more effective in fueling my steady state of happiness than simply bringing it to mind. Your practice. 1. Commit to starting and maintaining a gratitude practice for a minimum of 21 days. 2. Start a gratitude journal, as described here. Set aside 10 minutes at the beginning of each day for reflecting, journaling, and feeling the gratitude. See how deeply you can feel gratitude when you try. If you happen to forget one morning or you are rushed to get out the door, please don't be self-critical. Just pick it up again the next day. 3. Watch for if there seem to be more events or circumstances throughout your day than you had previously realized that create satisfaction, happiness, or excitement. If you start noticing this, just jot down a few words in your journal about what you are observing. 4. When you are attempting to feel gratitude after your journaling, notice the first time when you can feel it in your heart. Jot it down. 5. Notice if the process of gratitude journaling goes from an exercise to a practice that gives you some pleasure at the beginning of the day, and possibly improves your mood as you go on with your day. Jot it down. At the end of 21 days, notice if you feel happier than when you started. If so, congratulations. You have achieved a lifestyle upgrade. Keep doing it. The benefits will continue to mount the more you practice. If you have been faithful to your 21-day commitment and you don't notice any difference, make a conscious choice whether or not to continue. Affirmations. I will share 2 very sweet little affirmations that may assist with deepening your new gratitude practice. Every day I affirm that life loves me. I know it's true, because life shows me its love as beautiful sunrises and sunsets, the sound of waves crashing against the shore, the smiles my partner gives me, the trees gently swaying in the breeze. Life demonstrates its love for me when I awaken with a happy thought, and when I fall asleep at night effortlessly. When I prepare a meal that tastes fantastic, when an hour earlier I had not a thought about what I was going to cook for dinner. When my body heals quickly from a wound or illness, and is strong enough to hike for hours without exhaustion. When I hear Latin music and my feet and hips just naturally start moving to the beat. I will have the thought that life loves me multiple times during the day, and I occasionally speak it aloud as an affirmation of not only what is true in this moment, but also my expectations for what tomorrow will hold. When I consider how good it feels to be loved by life, a natural next thought is that I love life. That in itself is another affirmation of the goodness of life. When I meditate, I occasionally imagine that I am being breathed by life rather than breathing it. That life is actively breathing me rather than the other way around. When life loves me is your absolute core belief, you are acknowledging that life, or God, the divine, or the universe, is loving and benevolent. That you relish both the awareness of being loved, and being the benefactor of the goodness that life presents to you daily. You announce that you are ready for and even expecting events, circumstances or insights that affirm the truth of the phrase throughout your day, whether they be subtle or substantial in nature. When you begin to embrace the truth that life loves me, you will begin to notice that life frequently presents circumstances that work in your favor. And when they occur, you are in the ideal heart/mind space to acknowledge them with humility and gratitude. There is another related affirmation, or affirmative prayer, that I use frequently. This, or something better. What else is possible? The first sentence, this, or something better, is an acknowledgement of satisfaction with your life today. You don't have to be entirely happy with every aspect of your life today in order to benefit from this affirmation, rather, that life in general is satisfying. That even with the day's challenges you remain largely satisfied. You open to a greater expectation that life will naturally and automatically evolve in a positive manner. Something better is a call to life to show up for you in more wonderful ways. It does not define how life might become better, rather, you are simply inviting it. The second sentence, what else is possible, expresses trust that life may know more about what will lead to experiences of greater wonder and beauty, grace and ease than you might. It opens the door for the mystical, benevolent aspect of life to deliver. And it affirms that you are open to however that might look, whether according to your own desires and plans, or something even more remarkable and wondrous. What happens when you entertain the idea that life loves me? What thoughts or feelings does that bring up? If you find yourself resisting this idea, then you may want to reread the gratitude practice earlier in this chapter. When you start a daily gratitude practice, you will soon begin to understand how profound is the truth of these short but sweet affirmations. If you start your gratitude practice today, there will be a noticeable improvement in your way of being. 3 weeks from now. Can you think of any reason not to? Chapter 4. How do you view things? When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Dr. Wayne Dyer. Wayne Dyer was a gifted, contemporary spiritual teacher and author. Some people might interpret this quote as New Age woo-woo that denies reality. On the contrary, its truth has been borne out by science. Consistent, repeatable scientific experiments demonstrate that observing something actually changes it. From Wikipedia's first paragraph about the observer effect. In physics, the observer effect is the theory that simply observing a situation or phenomenon necessarily changes that phenomenon. This is often the result of instruments that, by necessity, alter the state of what they measure in some manner. A commonplace example is checking the pressure in an automobile tire. This is difficult to do without letting out some of the air, thus changing the pressure. Similarly, it is not possible to see any object without light hitting the object, and causing it to reflect that light. While the effects of observation are oftentimes negligible, the object still experiences a change. Don't buy it yet? Keep reading. Let's move forward with the idea that changing the way you perceive things could possibly shift your reality. The meaning you attribute to external events or circumstance is little more than thoughts that originate in your own mind. And if you are capable of creating one reality with your thoughts, then you are equally capable of creating a completely different reality, one that feels better to you, just by changing your thoughts. Remember how our earlier Santa example shifted your worldview? Pain is inevitable. Suffering is optional. Buddhist teaching. We tend to think of pain and suffering as one and the same. But this simple quote depicts an accurate distinction. Pain, which can be physical, mental, emotional, or even spiritual, is common to us all. But suffering is an entirely personal product of our mind. Suffering can only result from the meaning we make of the pain. Two people having an identical experience will each create their own meaning. One may suffer, while the other is entirely unaffected. An example: a few days ago, I met my friend Johnny for coffee. Johnny and I have great conversations that we both enjoy. While our discussion was ongoing, a group of about 6 people came in, ordered and sat down. After which they started laughing together, somewhat loudly, actually. It became apparent to both of us that we would be better able to continue our conversation if we were to move outside. As we were moving outside, I looked over at the loud group and smiled. Johnny scowled at them, and made a remark to me like, "You see how totally inconsiderate they are." He had previously mentioned other times when he had been frustrated and chosen to leave our favorite little coffee shop after a boisterous group came in. He had also previously shared about other things that disturb him: loud motorcycles, the crying little baby in the next apartment over, the inconsiderate driving manners of the locals, for example. I had just started writing this chapter prior to our meeting, so Wayne Dyer's quote above was fresh in my mind. At an appropriate moment, I decided to shift our conversation a bit. Here is a rough approximation of our conversation that ensued. "Hey Johnny, can I share something with you about what I have noticed? We have had other similar discussions recently, and I know Johnny appreciates some of my perspectives." "Sure," he responded. "I just noticed your frustrated reaction to those people who came in, and how loud they were. You have mentioned your disgust to me about that happening before. And I have heard you express other frustrations in your life that have more of a tendency to roll right off of me. Why do you think that is?" He proceeded to talk about how rude it is for them to. I interrupted him. "My take on what happened is that a group of friends came in and were having a good time together, just like you and I are. It's just a larger group, and admittedly a bit louder. But I appreciated the laughter they were sharing, and the friendship that must underlie the fun they are having. I actually prefer sitting outside anyway. It's a really nice day today. Why do you think it's possible for the two of us to witness the same event, and have two completely different ideas about it?" He knew that was a rhetorical question, and so he welcomed my insights. Here's roughly how I responded, sans quotation marks. I shared what you have previously read here about how we selectively choose among the seemingly random thoughts that come into our mind, and what happens next: some more thoughts, creating a story, making meaning, and possibly triggering emotions. So, you and I created different meanings for the same event. Mine had zero negative effect on my emotions, and yours triggered you to some level of outrage. That's when I hit him with the Dyer bomb. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. He asked me to text him that quote, because he wanted to reflect on it. We went back to whatever we were talking about previously. Today I got a message from Johnny asking for that quote again, as I had forgotten to send it to him. Then he said something worth sharing. I will copy/paste from his message. Thanks bro. I will do my best to incorporate these lines into my path towards peace. Actually, I've started. I may have mentioned the intense agony I've experienced with this screaming, yelping 2-year-old next door that was supposed to go to UK weeks ago. After our talk, I attempted to change my perception of the activity into something more acceptable, not easy nor all at once but a micron at a time. The activity took a marked increase when the Brit father arrived a few days ago in preparation of their leaving, father-son actions and such. I had avoided him like a plague since after all, he's the responsible one for all this pain. After rethinking this for a day or two, I met him last night at the pool bar and there was an instant liking of the bloke, very bright marine engineer, lots of things in common, and suddenly the noise has become softer, less intrusive. Strange? My response, not strange at all. Changing your mind or the way you look at things is easy. It's all in your intention. Another example. There are a lot of disturbing things going on in the USA and elsewhere in the world today. Much of what we read about in the news can easily trigger us to anger and outrage, regardless of our political, religious, or cultural beliefs. That was happening to me a while back. Each day I was reading selective items from the news that conflicted with my own beliefs, like many of us do. My Facebook feed seemed to be a never-ending source of antagonistic posts and really rude responses that often led me to outrage and judgments. I finally noticed, after months, that this was interfering with my naturally happy state of being. I searched for a different way of looking at it that would allow me to continue to stay informed of what's going on in the world without having the resultant depressive effect on my state of mind. It took some digging over a period of a couple days to find an answer. My ego kept hiding my deeper truth from me by pointing out how right and justified I was in being outraged about this political decision, or members of that religion's actions toward those from a different religion. I was right to be outraged. Who wouldn't be? My ego tells me my ideas are always right, never wrong. Yours too. Following is what evolved from my inner inquiry, which I put to work and saw immediate positive results. I have a deeply held belief that everything in the universe is in a constant state of evolution. You, me, the earth and all the planets, stars, sun and moon, societies, cultures, religions, all are evolving in an upward manner. Call it higher consciousness, or Darwin's theory of evolution applied to all that is. I consider this a spiritual belief. It's more or less a deeply held hope and faith that better days are ahead for me, everyone else, and everything. That's a way of thinking that I adopted long ago. And, I know that sometimes things have to get worse before they get better. When I overlaid my belief that all is in a state of upward evolution on top of my outrage as I read the news or my Facebook feed, the natural thought that occurred is, that's interesting. I wonder what happens next. My reaction went from outrage and indignation more toward fascination and curiosity. That doesn't really seem consistent with evolution. I guess humanity must still be doing its cocoon time. I wonder when the butterfly will emerge. No butterfly ever came into existence that didn't first die a horrific death as a caterpillar in the chrysalis. That analogy applies to everything and everyone. It's the three-stage formula for transformation: the descent, the ordeal, and the emergence. It's as much a universal law as anything. Some refer to cocoon time as the dark night of the soul. I have done that caterpillar chrysalis butterfly transformation dozens of times in my life. If you just reflect on your last big setback, you may find that it applies in your life too. It's unusual for any sort of transformation to occur without some pain, whether it's a caterpillar, or you and me. I refer to the time in the chrysalis during which the caterpillar disintegrates, and transforms from an autonomous being into a mucky goo as cocoon time. In my example, my cocoon time was the annoyance and outrage triggered by reading the news and my Facebook feed. I sometimes still get triggered to outrage while reading about the latest, most outrageous thing some world leader just tweeted about, or some inflammatory meme followed by rude comments coming from all sides of the issue. When I reach that state, I realize I need a day or two of abstinence from news and Facebook. So that's what I will do. During my news fast, I just naturally return to my steady state of happiness. When I eventually return, the most recent events that would have triggered me earlier seem much less troublesome. Tara Robinson is a longtime friend of mine. She has recently written a book published by Hay House entitled The Ultimate Risk: 7 Mysteries to Unlock Your Passion and Purpose. She uses an expression frequently during her talks that I appreciate. Your comebacks have always been stronger than your setbacks. This is a beautiful way of expressing the caterpillar/butterfly analogy. Just as every caterpillar has within it the potential to become a butterfly, so too does every setback have within it the transformational potential to emerge from it with greater personal power and wisdom, and a greater appreciation for your strength and courage exhibited in transcending the setback. Changing your mind. You have the power to change your mind each time a negative thought or feeling presents to you. You have the ability to use that remarkable power to redirect your mind to see things in new ways that lead to greater happiness moment to moment. Here are a couple everyday examples. 1. You look in the mirror and think to yourself that you have put on a few too many pounds. You might be disappointed or even disgusted with who is looking back at you. You might encounter feelings of guilt or shame about how careless you have been with your diet lately, or fear or sadness about the health consequences if you don't change your habits. Health and fitness is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Each ad from the HNF industry is designed to create body shame, and program your mind to view what they are selling as the only way to feel better about yourself. Add to that every other ad you see that shows young, trim and fit people looking sleek, lean, and happy. Maybe when you get trim and fit you will be happy too. That is a slick yet effective, age-old marketing technique. What if you were able to notice your thoughts about yourself as you gazed into the mirror and realized that you are being self-critical, rather than self-loving? What if you intentionally changed your thinking to view yourself as you truly are, and me, and every other human, perfectly imperfect? Could you become okay with being a bit overweight? Could you refocus on your beautiful eyes, or attractive hairstyle, or other parts of yourself that you appreciate? Could you redirect your thoughts to appreciation of how intelligent you are? Or how loving, or charismatic, or how many good friends you have attracted? Could you see yourself as lovable just as you are? If you came to love yourself more, might you feel more empowered to be more successful in embracing a new diet or exercise program, if that's your choice. 2. You are aggravated by the dangerous and rude manner in which the driver ahead of you just cut you off, forcing you to brake and swerve slightly to avoid an accident. You are doing a slow burn, wondering if you should pull ahead of him and give him a taste of his own medicine. Or maybe you are hoping someone else saw him cut you off and will do it to him. What if you notice your aggravation and stress right after it happens and create replacement thoughts that liberate you? Engage your superpower to change your mind in a manner that will calm your overheated emotions and guide you in the direction of greater peace and happiness. What if you shifted to gratitude for your quick response that prevented you hitting him? Could you be thankful that you got those brakes replaced last week? Or perhaps consider things from his point of view. Could it be he is driving erratically because he just received word that his child is in the hospital and is desperate to be there to assure that the child is okay? Or whatever other story you might want to create in the moment to bring you to greater peace of mind. Could you bless him with a wish for his safety even though he was careless toward you? These are 2 simple examples of the power of changing your mind when you notice thoughts that are leading to some form of distress. There's literally no life challenge that you cannot look at differently, and shift from being a victim to a victor. Here's another example from my own life. In 1997 my ex-wife was diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer. That is pretty serious stuff. I had taken the morning off to go with her to see the doctor, who had performed a battery of tests following my wife's worsening experience of pain. When the doc said the word cancer, it was like someone punched me in the gut. We drove home without words. My wife and I were literally devastated by this news, and we had no idea how to break it to our young daughter. We cried together and held each other close. Frankly, I went back to work after an hour or 2 of this. I needed something to distract me, to take my mind off it. I was selfishly focused on my own pain, and insensitively left my wife to fend for herself. I arrived at work a hot mess. I sat at my desk and just cried. My boss glanced in as she walked by, then promptly backed up and walked into my cube. Naturally, she wanted to know what had happened. I told her, my voice breaking at saying the word cancer, and started blubbering. She insisted I leave work now to be at home with my wife, but stop at a bookstore on the way home and pick up a copy of Love, Medicine and Miracles by Bernie Siegel. I didn't know what else to do, so I bought the book on the way home. And that night, after we had put our young daughter to bed, my wife and I sat on the bed together, her listening intently as I started reading the book aloud. Bernie was a cardiac surgeon. His book was about miraculous recoveries he had witnessed after counseling patients about how to achieve a peaceful state of mind and an optimistic perspective after they had learned they had a potentially fatal disease. Long story short, we learned the techniques and became mentally and emotionally strong even in the face of doctors giving her only 50-50 chances of surviving beyond 5 years, even with surgery, chemo and radiation. The surgeon said he had removed a tumor so large he needed 2 hands to lift it out. We listened carefully for, and focused on any positive result. For instance, the lymph glands they removed with the tumor didn't show any signs that the cancer had metastasized. The doctor quoted statistics that even if we were successful in conquering the cancer, there was a 50% chance it would show up within 5 years as breast cancer. But we weren't hearing it. We were staying strong together in the present moment rather than succumbing to fear and worry about what might happen in the future. Just like we learned from Bernie's book, not to say that we did not have bad days. When her hair began falling out, she was beside herself with grief, fear, and self-pity, and worried about how ugly she would be without hair. Turns out, she loved wearing big, floppy hats or colorful scarves on her head, and she looked very stylish in them. At one point she needed to feel that someone must be to blame for her contracting cancer, and decided that was me. But the depressing days were relatively few, because we had informed ourselves of the importance of maintaining a positive outlook, and practiced it daily. My ex-wife recovered completely from that episode. She has been cancer-free for 20-something years now. I have heard her say that her bout with cancer was one of the most profound experiences of her life, where she learned that she was strong enough to withstand the worst that life could throw at her. In retrospect, it was a profound experience for me as well. It was my first experience with changing my thoughts to change my reality. Though I certainly would not have used that term then to describe what we were practicing. Struggling. You may have noticed the last few examples had to do with struggling with reality. We tend to think of struggling as difficult and painful. As something we would far prefer to avoid. A higher truth is, it's common to become stagnant when life is always easy. There's very little potential for personal growth in comfort. There's more information in one failure than in a dozen successes, but only if we choose to extract every last grain of learning from what we view as a failure. Life presents difficulties to offer opportunities for growth. It's been said that if you don't learn from one negative experience, life will present it over and over until you get it. That seems a pretty true statement, in my life experience. Have you ever experienced a series of negative outcomes that seem somehow similar to one another? Déjà vu moments that give rise to the thought, oh no, here we go again. Those experiences have one thing in common, you. Wherever you go, there you are. During my career, I tended to move around a lot. Most of the time moving from one position to another was my choice, but there were several times that decision was made for me by my bosses. With nearly 40 years in the business world, it was rare for me to stay in one position for more than 3 or 4 years. In retrospect, there was a common thread to most of my moves. I was deeply invested in the thought form that my ideas about the way things should be done were right. When others wouldn't agree with my idea of the proper way things should be done after repeated failed attempts to persuade or convince them, I would get frustrated and sometimes indignant. I would adopt the attitude that I would work within their stupid methods, wrong though they were. Before too long I would start looking around for other career opportunities. When I took one, I would often repeat the same mistake. In retrospect, I might have been enriched from objectively hearing the wisdom behind others' ideas. I might have seen the light. But I don't think it ever occurred to me to ask about the reasons for their opinions. Had I been able to see the forest for the trees, and come to the realization that this was a personal pattern of behavior, I may have been able to shift my way of being. Had I changed the way I looked at things, the things I looked at may have changed. The realization that my own behavior was causing the problems came to light only years after I had left the world of business. A Course in Miracles is a wonderful spiritual teaching that I have been influenced by. I will paraphrase a quote from it that's the basis of their textbook's name. A miracle is just a change of mind. And a miracle can occur in an instant. Chapter 5. Acting from the Heart. Here is a surefire way to instantly experience some warm and woolly good feelings and boost your self-esteem. Serve someone who doesn't have all the life advantages you do. Working shoulder to shoulder with others toward a shared purpose creates meaningful friendships and leads to greater energy and synergy applied to any cause. You have heard that the sum is greater than its parts. Yeah, that's it. Baking some cookies for a church bake sale, attending community meetings geared toward achieving positive social change, or sitting in personal development circles, like Alcoholics Anonymous or other 12-step groups, all lead to mutual appreciation, support, and goodness for everyone involved. It's hard not to feel good after walking away from an active group of people with a shared purpose. To achieve an even deeper level of personal fulfillment, work directly with the beneficiaries of your effort. For instance, visiting an old folks' home and talking with some of the residents who may have very little contact with people outside the home. Expressing curiosity to hear about someone's life stories, with an awareness that you are brightening their day by doing so. If you were to become one of the residents there one day, wouldn't you appreciate your day-to-day routine broken up by a visit from an anonymous person genuinely interested to hear your life stories? Serving meals to indigent people at a soup kitchen. That meal might be the sole source of nutrition they get all day long. Can you bring yourself to sit down and eat with one or a few of them once you are done in the kitchen, and here again, express curiosity about their lives? Can you feel into that old expression, there but for the grace of God go I? Participating in building a home with Habitat for Humanity for economically disadvantaged but hardworking people who haven't had the breaks that you have had. You might not know that each recipient family of a HFH home has to put in hundreds of hours of sweat equity. So, you will be working shoulder to shoulder and taking breaks with them. Take the time to get to know them during this time. You will develop empathy for their situation and share in their happiness that they will soon have a brand new home for the first time in their lives. And if you ever get a chance to attend a house dedication/blessing ceremony for the family, absolutely jump on it. I promise you will feel tears of joy welling up within you. It's a very moving ceremony for everyone present. These up-close and personal opportunities to interact with people whose lives aren't as blessed as yours will lead you to sincere heart-opening thoughts and feelings. Greater empathy with the lifestyles of others and a sense of personal fulfillment, self-love, are only the beginning of what you will experience. If you act in service like this just once, you will experience some this. But if you make it a weekly or monthly practice to serve others in a similar manner, those heartful experiences will multiply, and you may begin seeing an aspect of yourself emerge that you were not previously acquainted with. You have heard of karma. It is quite a simple principle, commonly acknowledged in physics. It is simply cause and effect. If you swing a pendulum one way, it will swing the other way, every single time. Similarly, whatever you put into life, positive or negative, will come back to you, though often in a different form. Good works toward others are like making a deposit in a karmic bank account. Eventually it will come back to you with interest. I am certain some of the day-to-day blessings in my life are karmic withdrawals for the good work I have done and continue to do in the world. Like writing this book, in the hope that your life will morph into the same state of happiness that I am so grateful to be living with. I attended the School of Metaphysics at one point to gain a deeper understanding of consciousness and the powers of mind. The school introduced a daily practice where students would put the same amount of money each day, a dime, or a dollar, whatever was affordable, into a little cardboard bank provided by the school, and while doing so, speak this mantra aloud: I give freely, and I expect a tenfold return for the good of all concerned. Let's break that mantra down, shall we? I give freely affirms that I am abundant, and I am willing to share that abundance with others. I expect a tenfold return for the good of all concerned. The recipient of the student's practice will spend the money for something they need. That money then goes to, say, a store. The store, then, will pay their employees, who will then go out and spend it elsewhere, starting the cycle all over again. The store will buy more stock from suppliers. The suppliers will pay their employees, and so on. That is the "for the good of all concerned" part. your gift literally ripples out into the world, multiplying its effect. Your affirmation that any karmic deposit will be returned with interest is the "I expect a tenfold return" part. Each month all the students brought in their little cardboard bank with their month's donations and put them in a jar. The school counted the money and got any coins turned into paper money. It would usually end up being a couple $100s a month. The school would invite students to nominate recipients in need of a little financial help, and then select one from among the nominations based on how well the student knew the recipient, and how great their need. The school would nominate 2 students each month, neither of whom knew the recipient, to deliver an unmarked envelope with the cash donations inside. The process was to approach the recipient either at home or work, hand them the envelope with a simple statement like, "This is for you," and then turn around and walk away. I and another student I hadn't previously met were chosen to give the donation to a single mother of 2 kids around Christmas time. The story was that she worked all day and then volunteered 1 or 2 nights a week at a soup kitchen. She was struggling financially, and behind on her rent. We were told she would be at the soup kitchen the night the envelope was to be delivered. On the way there my schoolmate and I discussed the scenario like excited co-conspirators. We went in and inquired about where we might find her. She was hard at work in the kitchen. "Are you so-and-so?" "Yes," came the reply. "This is for you." I handed her the envelope, the other student by my side, then we turned and walked away. The 2 of us were absolutely giddy with imagining her reaction to opening the envelope to find a couple $100 from some unknown angels, and the gratitude she must have had that now she could now buy some Christmas gifts for her kids. Wow, was that ever a cool feeling? And what a bonding experience between the other student and me. Feel-good emotions can derive from paying the toll for the person behind you at a highway toll booth. You will drive away from the toll booth smiling to yourself at the simple little surprise you left behind for the random stranger behind you. Be sure to smile and wave back when he accelerates to catch up to you. A friend shared a story of how he paid it forward every day for a couple weeks by paying the next person's bill in the drive-through line at Starbucks. He shared that next person paid it forward for the one behind them. After a while it became a regular daily thing at this Starbucks drive-through. He shared that one day the Starbucks guy told him the pay it forward string went on for like 25 occurrences before the string was broken on one day. How cool would it be to be half asleep, ordering your morning coffee and discover that the anonymous person ahead of you had paid your bill, and then to do the same for the person behind you? And how cool must it have seemed to my friend to know that he started this benevolent practice that enlivened everyone's day. I once walked up to a little old lady struggling with a pushcart full of what looked like junk, and gave her the equivalent of $20. I turned around and walked away before she could even think of how to respond. Instances like these produce the most amazing, giddy feelings of personal fulfillment and abundance. I like to carry a pocket full of small coins to give away to the young Filipino children I encounter while hiking. If they can buy an ice cream, they are happy. I walk away from such an encounter with a big smile from their excitement, and no matter what I was feeling previously, the feeling most present is gratitude that I was able to brighten a child's day. Kindness, compassion and selfless giving are qualities of the heart. And the heart rewards us with profound, tangible, positive feelings that result from each instance of giving. Some say that giving and receiving are one and the same. I am still coming to grips with the deep truth of that statement, but here is how I rationalize it. Let's say someone offers you a gift. If you accept it, you feel good at having been honored by the giver and their gift. You will probably smile and say, "Thank you." The giver feels your appreciation, and feels good about him/herself in having given you the gift. If you were to decline the gift, though, you would be denying that person the opportunity to feel your appreciation and their own good feelings. They will probably feel insulted rather than appreciated. So, good feelings result from both giving and receiving. I hope you will never express a common response, "You shouldn't have," when someone offers you a gift. The energetic effect of that phrase is to make another wrong for gifting you, and affirms that you don't deserve to receive it. Another example of common social programming guiding us to the antithesis of happiness. A far better response is, "Thank you," or, "Wow, this is so nice of you," to acknowledge and appreciate both the gift itself and the sentiment of giving it represents. When someone offers you a compliment, can you take it as acknowledgement of how they appreciate you, and really feel the deep truth in their compliment, rather than just disregarding it? I could not for many years. I viewed most compliments as meaningless flattery, in one ear and out the other. Here's a more accurate perspective: other people are our mirrors, and can often see things about us that maybe we don't see in ourselves. Now, when someone offers me a compliment, I take a moment to breathe their compliment in deeply, and try to feel the truth of their compliment in my heart. I don't question it, even if it doesn't seem consistent with my self-view in the moment, though that could change as a result of their compliment. I will often respond to sincere compliments about how I show up in life with something like, "Wow, it feels good to be seen by you. Thank you. Your life's purpose." Thoroughly unprepared, we take the step into the afternoon of life. Worse still, we take this step with the false assumption that our truths and ideals will serve us as hitherto. But we cannot live the afternoon of life according to the program of life's morning, for what was great in the morning will be little at evening, and what in the morning was true will at evening have become a lie. Dr. Carl Jung. From early adulthood through middle age, it is common for us to devote much of our ambition to endeavors that predominantly serve ourselves and those near and dear to us. Achieving an education, starting and advancing in a career, developing a loving primary relationship, creating a family, and providing for its financial and emotional welfare, setting financial objectives, planning and working toward important goals like buying or upgrading your home, your children's education, and preparing for retirement. Notions of success, and competing to get ahead. These are important and significant pursuits that give meaning to the first stage of life. For many of us though, in our 40s or 50s things begin shifting. Note that Jung and others in the psychology professions think of these shifts as archetypal in nature, meaning they apply universally to everyone. You may come to feel as if those activities that gave purpose to life in your earlier years are somehow not so meaningful as they were earlier. You may regard what you had earlier appreciated as past successes and future goals as less significant and satisfying. The question is that all there is to life may unexpectedly arise during the peak of your life. When this happens, it's often accompanied by one or several major life shakeups. Gradual or sudden loss of interest in the kind of work you do, which had earlier been a source of challenge and interest. Suddenly and unexpectedly being laid off from a job that had served as your primary source of financial security and self-identification. A decline in appreciation for your spouse, partner, or family. Questions or desires may arise about how you might squeeze more vibrancy from life. Seemingly out of nowhere, you may begin to experience deep depressive feelings, possibly accompanied by overwhelming fears about the future or profound regrets about your past. This state of affairs is generally recognized by the collective. It even has a colloquial name. It's commonly referred to as a midlife crisis. It can seem devastating and overwhelming. It may feel as if there's no way out, and this has now become your new normal. It will be like this forevermore. You or those near to you may wonder if you are having a nervous breakdown. The midlife crisis is often accompanied by some form of acting out, or rebellion against the condition you find yourself in. Buy a motorcycle or flashy sports car, and drive it with wild abandon. Engage in an extramarital relationship. Seek out ways to avoid your pain by embracing an addiction like substance abuse or gambling. Tell the boss to take this job and shove it, and go on a trip to distant lands to find yourself. Or other activities that are generally uncharacteristic of you, and risky, or avoidant in nature. Another way to look at a midlife crisis is a realization is that this is a fertile time for the inevitable, archetypal change. Just as the caterpillar must die in order to give life to the butterfly, it is a form of self-disintegration. A symbolic death of the old ways to surrender to a deeper and more profound reality. It's rarely painless, and is most often accompanied by the significant emotional trauma that accompanies any major life transition like death, divorce, or loss of a job. On the far side of your midlife crisis, what Jung refers to as the afternoon of life, new and deeper meaning of your life will emerge. This is particularly true if you consciously and actively seek it rather than caving into fear and worry. A meaning that is less self-serving, and more benevolent in nature. One where you may discover deeper feelings of fulfillment and gratification than you had realized previously. I refer to this as your life's purpose. Before we address that, a few more quotes from Jung to add gravitas to the discussion. The afternoon of life is just as full of meaning as the morning, only, its meaning and purpose are different. The significance of the morning undoubtedly lies in the development of the individual, our entrenchment in the outer world, the propagation of our kind, and the care of our children. This is the obvious purpose of nature. But when this purpose has been attained, and more than attained, shall the earning of money, the extension of conquests, and the expansion of life go steadily on beyond the bounds of all reason and sense. Whoever carries over into the afternoon the law of the morning, or the natural aim, must pay for it with damage to his soul, just as surely as a growing youth who tries to carry over his childish egoism into adult life must pay for this mistake with social failure. Dr. Carl Jung. Discovering your purpose. What will satisfy you now? What purpose will inform your life, and derive deep meaning, devotion, and passion? The answer will not come easily. It is a journey of self-discovery that can take various forms, and potentially several years of searching. Perhaps the most important first step is a conscious awareness that this transformation is underway, and a surrendering of that which seems like it's being lost to you. Resisting surrender simply prolongs the suffering, and the discovery process. I will share a few examples of various means that are used for discovering one's purpose in life. Vision Quest. Native Americans and other tribal societies have a sacred ritual called a vision quest. The warrior separates from the tribe, and treks to a remote, isolated spot of his choosing or designated by the tribe's shaman or elders. Once he arrives, he marks the bounds of this small spot with colored bits of fabric tied to sticks, placed in the ground in the 4 cardinal directions. He will sit motionless in this spot, usually without food and perhaps even water, for days on end, moving from it only briefly for bodily elimination. He may become delirious from lack of sleep or nutrition. He watches closely for auspicious natural events, or wild animals whose motions or actions he may view as spiritually meaningful. He departs from his vision quest only once he receives clarity in the form of deep insights or profound visions about his life's purpose or function in the tribe. While native shamans exist to prepare and facilitate a vision quest among tribal outsiders, very few people utilize this method of discovering their purpose for obvious reasons. Ritual initiation. I was initiated into the Mankind Project, MKP, a men's brotherhood, in 2001 as a rites of passage into mature masculinity. During the MKP weekend initiation ritual I participated with other initiates in a visualization to create a mission of service to humanity, or what I subsequently came to call my life's purpose. For the first time in my life, it became clear that the purpose of my life was to serve others beyond myself. I wrote down the mission statement from this process, and committed it to memory. Following that weekend, and being new to the idea of my life's purpose, I was unclear about what to do with it. The ideal of a mission of service felt deeply meaningful, but my actual mission statement didn't seem to hold deep significance for me. It felt a bit obscure, or generic, or airy-fairy. I had no clear understanding of what to do with it. At the same time, I was still devoting much of my attention to clinging to my old ways from Jung's Morning of Life. Consequently, I didn't act on it. 2 years later, I journeyed solo to Yellowstone National Park while grieving and surrendering to the unexpected loss of a love I had thought would last the rest of my days on Earth. While viewing a waterfall, I glanced over my shoulder to a small mountain across the street. I had a sudden urge to climb it, a desire to challenge myself physically, perhaps as a means of achieving an emotional release. It was a steep, highly energetic climb up the snowy side of the mountain using my hiking pole and occasionally bracing myself against trees to keep from falling and careening wildly downhill in the slippery snow. When I reached the summit, I found myself at a breathtaking sight among burned-out pines from a forest fire 3 years earlier, and the multitude of new-growth saplings that invariably resulted. There was a light covering of snow, the air was crisp and cool. The Grand Teton Mountains far in the distance felt powerful and present. In my entire field of vision, 360 degrees, there was nothing that was not born of Mother Nature. The black of the burned pine stumps and the green saplings provided a stunning contrast to the gleaming white snow and the big, bold, blue sky punctuated by a few large, fluffy white clouds. I was filled with feelings of awe, and deep reverence of nature. I was conscious of a gnawing feeling that there was some reason beyond physical challenge why I had felt compelled to make the trek up the mountainside to this magnificent place. I had a sensation of auspiciousness unlike any previous experience. I sat on a large rock, closed my eyes and sat quietly for a while. From deep within me I began chanting from memory, first quietly, eventually at the top of my voice, the mission statement I had created during my MKP weekend. Perhaps I was trying to convince myself, or perhaps I was shouting it to life because I didn't understand it, and it didn't inspire me to action. I stopped chanting, and then, back to silence and a mind free of thought for what must have been at least a few minutes. Literally out of nowhere, I was given a series of words in the form of a sentence. They seemed to come in forcefully, with the apparent intention to burn them into my mind. I was certain they didn't originate from my brain. I interpreted them as a download from a spiritual source. I create a world of personal empowerment by helping and encouraging each of us to achieve our spirit's greatness. It was clear that this was my new and improved mission of service, my life's purpose. Possibly, life responded to the lack of connection I had to my 2-year-old, memorized but never felt mission statement. I was guided to chant my new mission loudly over and over so that it would remain with me from that point forward. Those words found a meaningful home deep within me that my previous mission statement never had. On the treacherous trek back down the steep, snow-covered side of the mountain I had no trace of fear about falling. The very idea of fear for my personal safety was laughable. I felt supremely confident that the divinely inspired mission I had been given protected me from harm or mishap, that life needed me to live that mission. I had achieved a level of clarity similar to a tribal warrior's vision quest. Though my grief about loss of my relationship stayed with me for several years later, the previous level of trauma subsided immediately. It wasn't even with me on my hike down the hill. Dr. Wayne Dyer describes 4 qualities of what he calls a quantum moment. My mountaintop experience had all of these. 1. It was very vivid. As you have seen, I am able to graphically recall and describe the sights, sounds, and sensations of an event that transpired over 16 years ago. 2. It was a complete surprise. 3. It was benevolent in nature. It felt like an extremely positive and mystical experience. 4. It produced a transformational, enduring effect. Since then the life purpose given me on the mountain has informed much of my life's work. When what I do is mission-related, it takes on greater importance, and yields a greater sense of personal fulfillment and satisfaction. It affirms that what I do has a positive impact on the entire world. It adds passion and purpose to my life. When I am considering a new opportunity that will involve an investment of my time or money, I hold it up to the light of my purpose to see how it fits. No fit? No thanks. I have more important things to do. This book is one among many to date of the outward expressions of my life's purpose of helping and encouraging each of us to achieve our spirit's greatness. I have a clear vision for the body of work I am creating around this book, to touch you in a deep way to expand your positive experience of life, and you in turn touch others, and so on, like the pay it forward line at Starbucks. Reflection and contemplation. Most of us on a conscious path to discover our life's purpose will find deep meditation, reflection, contemplation and journaling helpful strategies to come to some level of understanding about both our purpose, and that which needs to be surrendered in order to embrace it. Not everyone will get a quantum moment like my own experience. Rather, a growing sense of clarity from the search will eventually culminate in a lucid awareness once you have identified your purpose. Several years after that experience, a teacher gave me 4 questions that eventually led to the meaning of my mission, and how to best express it in the world. The answers to these questions weren't immediately apparent to me, but as I turned them over in my mind for days and weeks, the answers eventually presented to me in the form of insights. In my case, I already had the words to my life purpose. However, you may find these questions useful to inform or assist your search for life purpose, and how to express it once it becomes apparent. 1. Who am I? How would I describe myself, aside from what I do, my roles and goals in life, and what I have, what I own? What unique or special qualities can I acknowledge about myself that partially describe who I am? 2. Why am I here? Eventually this will become your life purpose. In the meantime, contemplating this question will progressively increase your level of clarity. 3. What are my gifts? What have I done in the past that comes naturally, feels good and is helpful for others? What have people expressed appreciation for about me? 4. How am I giving them to the world? Once you come to acknowledge your gifts, the 4th question will lead to guidance about how to express your purpose in the most profound manner. Years later, those questions still roll around in my mind on occasion. In fact, had I not continued asking that 4th question, this book would never have come into being. I was quite comfortable with my previous mission expression. A greater expression nagged at me until it became apparent that I couldn't do both effectively. I had to surrender one significant mission expression in order to embrace a grander one. Can you change the world by expressing your purpose? Perhaps the easiest way to respond to that question is with a negative. No one ever has changed the world who was not clear about why they were here, what they were doing, and how they were to using their every gift to create more positive outcomes for the collective. If you have any doubt that your actions or mine can dramatically alter the world, I will hold up Nelson Mandela, and Mahatma Gandhi, and Nelson Mandela, and Martin Luther King, and Mother Teresa as examples to the contrary. Each started out in an ordinary childhood and adolescence like you and I. Through tireless devotion to a vision they created in their own minds, each had a tremendous positive impact on those they represented, and rocked the entire world. Repressive colonialists peacefully surrendered, millions of suppressed people achieved equality, laws about equal opportunity and racial equality came into being, human dignity was restored to the least among us. To paraphrase Jesus, the works that I do, also he will do, and he will do greater than these. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world, indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. Margaret Mead. I will leave you with a profound and inspiring piece that reminds me of the potential for greatness that lies within each of us. Perhaps you have heard it before. Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God. Your playing small does not serve the world. There's nothing enlightened about shrinking, so that other people won't feel insecure around you. We are all meant to shine, as children do. We were born to make manifest the glory of God that is within us. It's not just in some of us. It's in everyone. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give others permission to do the same. As we're liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. Marianne Williamson, A Return to Love. I hope I have given you a taste for some of the heart-opening and personally fulfilling aspects of compassionate, selfless acts of kindness and service, and the importance to the entire world of you, living your life purpose. These ideals and actions cultivate greater self-esteem and self-love with each instance of heart-centered giving, and with each expression of your mission. In that respect, the karmic reward of community service is near immediate. Chapter 6. Victor, or Victim. No one goes through life without being affected by others' behavior toward us. We most frequently receive positive reinforcement from our families and friends. But occasionally, we receive others' words or actions as hurtful or offensive. The offense we take from any single interaction can sometimes remain with us for years. It's called a grudge. We may or may not be aware of it, because it's not always top of mind. But until it's cleared, it remains beneath the surface, slowly eating away at us from the inside out. Holding a grudge puts you in the position of the victim, and the other person in the place of your perpetrator. Victim consciousness is universally disempowering. Until we come to awareness that we are carrying a grudge against another, its negative energy is an emotional burden. It's like a sack of rocks that we carry on our back wherever we go. One, in itself, is heavy. But when a lifetime of grudge rocks saps our energy, and holds us back in numerous ways for as long as we carry it, adding insult to injury, each of your perpetrators are going happily through life, perhaps unaware that you are carrying a burden from what they might have perceived as a routine interaction. This chapter is devoted to coming to awareness of the immense emotional weight of that sack of rocks, and a strategy for setting it down and leaving it behind. It's an invitation to make an instant shift from the place of victim to victor. Don't be amazed if you feel much lighter after you perform the following exercise. That's its purpose. An exercise. It's important to have a practical example in mind, because you are about to learn how to liberate yourself from the mental and emotional burden your grudge represents. Think back now to some time in your life where you felt insulted, dishonored, or belittled by someone who said or did something negative to or about you. Someone you felt judged you harshly, or perhaps talked about you behind your back. Or maybe it's none of these things, but just someone you are still carrying a grudge against for some other reason. Your gut reaction in the moment was some form of hurt, anger, outrage, shame, frustration, or some other negative emotion. Please take your time to bring this interaction to your mind, before you read on. It may help to put down this book, sit back and close your eyes, and bring the event to mind in vivid detail. Please write down your answers to the following questions. What happened? Try to describe the event as objectively as possible, as an unaffected party might describe it. Who was it? How long ago was it? Weeks, months, or years ago? What was your reaction? Oh, what meaning did you make of it? In other words, what story did you make up about it? Oh, how did you feel? Angry, sad, afraid, ashamed, betrayed? What did you say or do next? Oh, as you think back on it now, was yours an appropriate reaction given what happened? What was that person's motive? Are you certain? Or is this just your story about their motive? Could it have been viewed by him or her as an everyday interaction without any intent to harm you? As you are vividly recalling this event, let yourself relive your initial reaction when it occurred. What are you feeling now? How do you feel about that person now? Be as honest as you can be with yourself. Don't sugarcoat any of your thoughts or feelings as you bring this event to mind. If pissed off is the best description for your feelings, you're good. If you want to judge that person as a mother effing SOB, let her rip. You will find it helpful to access the entire depth of the original experience and your current feelings in order to have a basis for comparison once you have completed this exercise. Got it now? Good. Can you feel the physical or emotional heaviness of that grudge right now in this moment? We tend to bury our grudges. They sit beneath the surface, often beneath our conscious awareness. But they are not gone, not forgotten about. They are just hiding out. They represent stuck emotional energy. They leave a bitter aftertaste, and they eat away at us from the inside out, like termites in a tree. One value of this exercise is to bring your grudge and the energy you have been holding about it back to the surface, to refresh the memory in your mind. And usually that brings forth your related emotions. The bitterness and resentment related to a grudge will remain in your physical body until they are cleared via some sort of process, be it mental, psychological, or energetic. It's been said that negative emotions we are holding on to literally permeate each and every cell in our body. When you let these unhealed negative emotions build up within you, it's like filling a balloon with air. The balloon can only take so much air before POW. It eventually explodes. These events tend to be stored as anger and bitterness regardless of the emotion you felt at the time. So, you develop anger as an inner energy beneath the surface. Day to day, you can put on a happy face and interact with people just fine. But then one day something someone says triggers your anger and POW. You literally explode with all the stored anger energy, way more explosive than the situation would call for. And then later you might say something like, "I'm sorry, I don't know what got into me," or "I don't know what I was thinking." Have you experienced this? I think most of us have, to one degree or another. If you are sitting on multiple grudges, it's only a matter of time before it shows up in the physical body. You leave yourself prone to higher stress, frequent illness, and even chronic conditions like ulcers, heart disease, cancer, or diabetes. Forgiveness. Forgiveness is a process that's equally as beneficial and powerful as gratitude, but a whole lot different. Since many people don't quite understand forgiveness, let's clarify what it is, and isn't. What forgiveness is. Forgiveness is a technique that liberates you from the resentment you have been carrying about another. A deeper form of forgiveness is forgiving yourself for ideas you have had about yourself and or carrying the burden of your grudges for so long. Forgiveness is a way of putting down that sack of rocks you have been carrying for months or years and walking away from it. Forever. A single instance of forgiving is a way of letting just a little bit of air, and possibly a lot, out of the balloon. When you are carrying a grudge, who suffers? The person who's the object of your grudge? Nope. They are going about their life, probably having completely forgotten about the incident where you took offense. Because they weren't triggered about it like you were. You are burdened by your grudge. No one else. What forgiveness isn't. It isn't forgetting about the original event. There's valuable information about yourself and your way of being in what occurred. We learn from our experiences, particularly the negative ones. It isn't excusing bad behavior on the part of others. It doesn't involve apologizing to anyone else. Once you have worked through a forgiveness process, the only one you might want to apologize to is yourself, for carrying your burden around for so long. Are you beginning to see that forgiveness might be different than what you had thought? In reality, forgiveness has little to do with anyone but yourself. Essentially, it's letting yourself off the hook for the burdensome thoughts you have been carrying. It's letting go of all hope for a better past. Loving What Island. Byron Katie's wonderful book Loving What Is states that all human suffering results from arguing with what is. That's an amazingly powerful quote. I believe it's universally true. I would suggest you commit it to memory. We will refer to it often in upcoming chapters. Here is how it's applied to forgiveness. We will focus here on those two words at the end of the sentence, what is. Harboring a grudge is essentially arguing with objective reality, or what is. A grudge is a kind of self-righteous argument that they were wrong to have acted that way, and you were justified in being hurt and reacting however you did. Perhaps their behavior was rude and reprehensible. Perhaps your feelings of anger, sadness, fear or shame were justified. Perhaps anyone would have reacted the same way. Even if all this is true, that another's actions were so totally abhorrent that anyone would have been hurt by them, you are the only person suffering at this time. It's your burden. When you argue with what is you suffer. That's obviously not the outcome you would prefer. It takes two people to have an argument. So then who are you arguing with? Answer, yourself. Can you ever win an argument with yourself? Answer, of course not. You just go on arguing ad infinitum, until you are ready to release it. Let's stop arguing. Right now. Next exercise. We will use the grudge you reflected on in the previous exercise. This is a short form of Byron Katie's formula for clearing the negative energy you have been carrying around. I invite you to reflect deeply on the following questions, rather than jumping to a quick response. Ask the question of your mind and patiently await the answer. The more effort you put into this process, the more effective it will be at liberating your heart and mind by clearing the energy of your grudge. It will help if you journal about your responses. Here are 4 questions you will use in this process. 1. Is it true? 2. Can you absolutely know that it's really, really true? 3. How do you react? What happens when you believe that thought? 4. Who would you be without that thought? Let's unpack those 4 questions. 1. Is it true? Are you certain that your interpretation of the event is exactly as it happened? How would a disinterested third party describe it? Might they have a slightly different take on what happened than what you do? Could they have formed different conclusions? 2. Can you absolutely know that it's true? From your perpetrator's point of view, was it absolutely his intention to hurt you? Is it conceivable that his agenda was not quite that sinister? Is it within the range of possibility that you may have misinterpreted their motivation? Let's say you can get a glimpse of another perspective by looking at it through the lens of these 2 questions. Can you begin to see why you have been troubled ever since, while the other person has been going on about his life without ever giving a second thought for what occurred between you? 3. How do you react? What happens when you believe that thought? This should be easy to answer, because you brought up that thought in the opening exercise of this chapter. You felt those feelings associated with this belief. 4. Who would you be without that grudge? In other words, if you were to be able to adopt an alternate perspective that may have just come to mind, how would you be different? Might you be more open-hearted, more relaxed and peaceful? Might laughter come more easily and naturally to you? What else would change? With this changed perspective, do you notice any difference in your attitude toward the person who you have been carrying a grudge about? If you can get a glimpse of who you might become were you to adopt an alternate story, then all that's necessary to become that person is to change your mind. Sound familiar? It's within your ability to change your mind about what happened. About that other person's motives for saying or doing what he did. About what meaning you made of it. It's your choice in this moment to put down this heavy sack of rocks and walk away from it forever. This process is incredibly liberating when it's done with a self-healing intention and thoroughness. If you don't feel emotionally, and possibly physically, unburdened, then I invite you to more deeply reflect on these 4 questions. You will notice that at no time was anyone else involved in this process. And there need not be. It's your choice if you are inclined to mend fences with your ex-perpetrator. I cannot do this process without shifting my reality just a bit each time. Sometimes I can do it once and all the energy I have been carrying around about an event is just gone. And other times I might have to do it a few times to let go of a more substantial issue I have been sitting on. The power of forgiveness. I hope that by thoroughly participating in this exercise you have begun to gain an understanding of the incredible power of forgiveness. A steady state of happiness simply can't be achieved when you are burdened all kinds of negative energies from having been wronged, and harsh judgments of others. When you peer through a magnifying glass at the event as you just did, you might be starting to get the sense that reality itself is slippery. The way you and I perceive the exact same event, and the meaning we give it might be very different. And here's a pretty safe bet. Your reality isn't any better or worse than anyone else's. Can you change the past? This exercise gave you the opportunity to revisit a past event and potentially derive a new, less hurtful perspective. Isn't that like rewriting your personal history? How might your future be affected when you are no longer burdened by that sack of rocks? Your past and your future are subject to change from just a single instance this process. You have gained a new skill, a lifestyle upgrade that you can use to clear any past or future hurtful event. Self-forgiveness. Only one thing remains after going through a forgiveness process like this. That's acknowledging that you have been carrying around the heavy emotional energy of your grudge for months or years since the original event happened. And now you forgive yourself for doing so. Forgiveness, an act of self-love. It is emotionally liberating, and removes a plate of armor around your heart to embrace life more fully. The more frequently you do it, the more significant it becomes. Chapter 7. Rewiring your critical mind. We humans have a tendency to criticize, condemn and judge others' behaviors, and everyday events and circumstances. Each of us sets ourselves up as the ultimate judge of life. In a judicial courtroom, the accused are brought before a judge sitting high up on a bench, like a god. It's his job to weigh the defendant's actions against a fixed set of laws, and decide innocence or guilt. An appropriate sentence is decreed, then it's on to the next case. The judge is unaffected by whatever justice he metes out to those found guilty. In the courtroom of our own mind, we too position ourselves on a high bench like a god. We introduce each and every person's actions, including our own, and every situation in our lives as defendants. We weigh them on dynamic, ever-changing scales established by our state of mind in the moment, and judge them either acceptable or unacceptable. In the courtroom of our mind, though, the sentence applies to the judge rather than the accused. That which is found acceptable is satisfying, and that which is unacceptable leads to dissatisfaction and distress. The courtroom of our mind sends the judge to prison, and the defendant usually goes scot-free. If such judgments were rare, the effect on our happiness may be negligible. But when the unacceptable judgments accumulate in our minds, day after day, year after year, they have a crushing effect on our happiness. No one can maintain a state of happiness if they are in a constant state of distress or outrage about the world around them. This chapter is devoted to increasing awareness of when you are playing the role of the judge, and methods for releasing your judgments, thus removing another of the plates of armor that hide your innate deepest nature of love, joy, abundance and peace. I will start with a personal example. The area of the Philippines where I live is known as the motorcycle capital of the country. For whatever reason, a much higher percentage of the population own motorcycles here than other places I have been in the country. There is no driver training for motorcyclists. Traffic laws are not enforced, so there's no reason to comply with them, or even learn them. I will share a few observations from my day-to-day experience of driving here. Motorcycle riders will rarely look both ways or stop when turning right or left at an intersection. Most often they will slow down before they pull out on the road. But it seems they expect they have the right of way, and whoever's driving on the road they just pulled onto has the primary responsibility to avoid them. Some young kids, seems like 10 years old, drive a motorbike to school, along with 2 to 3 of their friends on the motorbike. Naturally, they are unlicensed, as are a high proportion of the older drivers on the road. For the 1 to 2% of motorcyclists who choose to own a helmet in compliance with national helmet laws, perhaps a third of those don't wear them on their heads as they drive. They seem to prefer them as elbow or handlebar ornaments. People regularly text or talk on their mobile phone while driving a motorbike. It's widely believed here that using headlights and taillights requires more gas to operate the motorbike. So, some choose to not turn their lights on at night. A few of those seem to have had an awakening that maybe that's not entirely safe. So, they will hold a LED flashlight while driving, rather than turning on the bike's perfectly functional lights. Most rural roads here are barely 2 car widths wide, and have no street lights, making them nearly invisible until you are right on top of them. There is not one traffic light in this area of about 150,000 people. There are 4 or 5 stop signs that are routinely ignored. Every intersection is an exercise in trying to avoid crashing or being crashed, for everyone involved. If you have seen a Dodge M ride at the amusement park, you have an idea of the level of chaos at busy intersections. When I first moved here a year ago, I was surprised and outraged by these driving habits. Though I have seen some bad motorcycling habits in Southeast Asia in the last 4 years, I had never witnessed anything quite as bad as around here. In a 20-minute drive, it's not unusual to encounter 15 to 30 drivers whose driving seemed to me to be inconsiderate, erratic and dangerous to themselves and everyone else on the road. As I drove, each time someone did something stupid my inner outrage would build up just a little more, until finally, someone would do something so outrageously stupid I would have to jump on the brakes to avoid an accident and I would pretty much lose it, cursing them aloud, though not to their face, simply raging away, while sitting in my air-conditioned car with the windows closed. I was doing a slow burn each time I had to drive somewhere and expose myself to the incredibly bad driving manners of those people. When I came to the awareness, after several months, that my attitude during driving was robbing me of my normal moment-to-moment happiness, I realized that I was arguing with what is. I set out to change my mind about drivers and traffic around here. What alternative ideas and beliefs might I adopt that might lead to reduce my frustration and outrage? I reflected on this desire to change my experience of what is, probably for several days. And then, from within, an alternate story emerged that responded to my desire. I arrived at an awareness that I am a stranger here. I am a visitor, and they are the native people of the area. Their mode of driving, that I had judged as chaotic and dangerous, was here a long time before I arrived and will be here a long time after I am gone. I had been amazed that traffic accidents seemed rare, which flew in the face of my judgments about their driving habits. Apparently, something was at work here that perhaps I just didn't understand. I decided to shift my perspective to view everyone else on the road as my brother or sister, and that, as a visitor to their country, I would take personal ownership in their safety when I am driving. According to this new perspective, their safety is as much my responsibility as it is theirs. I changed my mind by shifting my perspective. I consciously chose to adopt new thought forms so as not be bothered any longer by bad driving. The change led to a new experience immediately. As I substituted my old thought forms with these new ones, my stress, frustration and anxiety magically disappeared from one day to the next. The difference in my inner experience while driving was dramatic, like day and night. On occasion I still get a little bit triggered, the no lights at night thing still eats at me when I have to swerve suddenly to avoid taking out an entire family on a motorbike. But when I notice, I make a conscious effort to shift my thoughts, and boom, distress leaves me, and I go back into a mode of watchfulness and caring for the others on the street. Let's unpack that. Here are the core elements of that story. 1. I judged the Philippine drivers harshly. I generalized, putting them all in the "those people" bucket. 2. I suffered the feelings that resulted from my judgments: outrage, anxiety, frustration, stress. 3. I witnessed how my attitude could shift instantly from satisfaction and contentment to more negative emotions when I was driving. I realized that split-second shift resulted from arguing with what is. 4. I decided I wanted to stop feeling those negative emotions that were interfering with my normally positive state of mind. 5. I consciously constructed, in my own mind, completely out of thin air, a new and better story that released my judgments and eliminated the stress. 6. I put that perspective to work and saw instant results. Caring for others replaced being outraged by them. This is just one example of how simply changing our minds can do a complete change-up on the world we perceive around us. Q. Wayne Dyer. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. This concept of changing my mind has become a semi-automatic go-to strategy whenever the reality I am experiencing isn't producing the results I desire. In other words, when I am arguing with reality. As you move toward achieving a steady state of happiness, you will find yourself far more present to inconsistencies in your moment-to-moment emotions and moods, and more devoted to the idea of consciously changing thoughts and emotions that shift you away from that steady state. This idea of changing your thinking to change your reality may be a new concept for you. I urge you to try it in your own life. Let's start with something simple: how you might judge another. Judgments separate us. Judging another creates a barrier to connection. It distances you emotionally, which could result in you actually avoiding them to avoid the sensation of disconnection. You've heard the expression, out of sight, out of mind. Distancing yourself from another to avoid conflict is usually the passive side of what's known as passive-aggressive behavior. It usually has little effect on the other person. They may be totally oblivious to your judgments, and perhaps don't even care what you think about them. But within you it creates a little wall around your heart. It makes you morally superior and the other person inferior. It flies in the face of understanding, which is fundamental to connection with others and life itself. You become their judge, and unwittingly, the victim of their behavior. As the judge, you go to jail. Your judgment might have to do with something particular the person said or did, or might be more general. It may be about something more basic like their gender, skin color, political beliefs, religious beliefs, or native origin. Judgments, whether of another individual, a group, or of other things that show up in our lives, is arguing with reality. Remember our earlier point about making meaning of our life experiences? It's creating meaning about something that results in some level of personal suffering. It's creating a personal opinion completely independent of the reality. And then, the meaning you have created from thin air becomes more real than what triggered the meaning-making thoughts in the first place. Sometimes you might really dig in to your judgment, becoming so self-righteous that you seek out others who agree with you. This is how hate groups form. As you judge people, events and circumstances without any conscious awareness of what you are doing, all these little emotional walls accumulate around your heart and eventually solidify into armor. You might notice that you often judge yourself a bit harshly, too. Have you ever heard yourself saying, "I am such an idiot," or "that was a stupid thing to do"? These are messages that separate you from self-love. When you become aware of such a thought, I invite you to change your thinking immediately, with the intention to replace the self-critical thought with one more loving of yourself. Instead of, "that was a stupid thing to do," for instance, the thought might shift to, "I am not satisfied with that outcome. What can I learn from this to avoid doing something similar again?" Can you find yourself in this quote? We make the assumption that everyone sees life the way we do. We assume that others think the way we think, feel the way we feel, judge the way we judge, and abuse the way we abuse. This is the biggest assumption that humans make. And this is why we have a fear of being ourselves around others. Because we think everyone else will judge us, victimize us, abuse us, and blame us as we do ourselves. So even before others have a chance to reject us, we have already rejected ourselves. That is the way the human mind works. Don Miguel Ruiz, The 4 Agreements. An exercise. In a previous chapter you learned a 4-step technique for forgiveness. I will introduce another release technique here that is helpful for splitting out what we are feeling from what we are thinking, and going a few steps in the direction of releasing your judgments. This is a 4-part process that examines data, feelings, judgments, and wants. Bring someone to mind that you have had some difficulties with recently. A friend, or a family member for instance, where there's been some recent relationship stress. Not necessarily someone who's hurt you so badly that you need to go into a forgiveness process, or do you? But rather, someone whose words or actions have grated on you. Bring all of yourself to this short exercise, your intention to do it thoroughly. Your complete, undivided attention. Your curiosity to experience the results. 1. Data. Bring the incident to mind that led to your judgments. Try to recall it as accurately as possible, free of whatever meaning you have made of it. How would a disinterested third party describe what happened? You are attempting to define the objective reality of the situation. 2. Feelings. What feelings did you have about what you experienced? Feelings are one-word nouns that describe a sensation that arose in your body. As you look back on that event now, try to recreate in this moment the feelings you had when the event occurred. Note that these are not the meaning you made of the situation. We're getting to that. Got all of them? Frustration, disappointment, irritation, sadness, fear, anxiety, guilt, worry, concern, outrage, anger. Try to nail each of them down, until you are satisfied you have them all. 3. Judgments, the meaning you made of what happened. You might have judgments about the person's behavior, the person him/herself, or yourself. Here's the opportunity to be totally honest with yourself about the stories you made up, and how you may judge the person as a result of what happened. This is a big self-awareness piece, so try to be thorough. Examples: I judged that he misunderstood me. He didn't hear me. He is rude and inconsiderate. This isn't the first time he's acted this way toward me. This is a pattern of behavior for him. He's insensitive toward me and probably to everyone else. His wife must find it difficult to live with him. I have every right to feel the way I do. 4. What do you want? This actually has 2 parts. A. What you want from them. It might be an apology. To change their behavior. To quit saying or doing this or that. Here's the opportunity to get crystal clear on what they should do to avoid hurting you in the future. Examples: I want him to be more sensitive. I want him to stop this behavior. I want an apology. I want him to change the way he is toward me. B. what you want for yourself. Reality check. There's a good chance you will never get what you want from another regardless of how badly you want it. If you think you can get anybody to do anything, then you must have some superpower that I have never gained access to. Nobody can make anyone do anything they don't want to. That's truth, and as you go through this process it might become crystal clear. So, the next best thing is to identify what you want for yourself, which you are in total control of, because you are responsible for your own mind. So, ask yourself that question now: what do I want for myself? You might come up with desires like peace of mind, or release from the negative feelings, or that you want to avoid that person in the future. Whatever it is, be clear about one thing: it's all up to you. Are you ready to release the feelings and judgments stuck in your mind? Are you ready to liberate yourself from your judgments of others or self? Maybe you want to forgive yourself for judging another so harshly, and you want to reconnect with them. This is totally your choice. If you have displayed the passive side of passive-aggressive behavior and not the aggressive side, the other person may not even know that you have been burdened by what happened. If you choose, you can call them up, and invite them to meet you at Starbucks to reset the relationship. If you have gone through this process as suggested, with all your attention, you may be feeling more at peace now. You have come to an awareness of what actually happened, what feelings were triggered, how you arrived at your judgments, and what needs to happen, for you, now, in order to completely liberate yourself from the event. Emotional baggage. When you judge another, you add stress to your life. Call it whatever pseudonym you want: anger, outrage, frustration, whatever, it's stress. Stress is not happiness friendly. Getting to a steady state of happiness means resolving all the stressors in your life that you have control of, which is most of them, since you are now actively managing your thoughts. When you become aware of how you judge others, you can catch yourself before you go too far down the meaning-making path, and perhaps change your mind right in the moment. And even when you can't do it in the moment, this process will help you release your negative energy minutes or years later. The time machine is back. It's entirely within your power to change your mind about any situation that leaves you with bad feelings, thus releasing the negative energy you have been holding, whether they occurred 5 minutes or 10 years ago. This is another means to rewrite your personal history. Doing so allows you to stop arguing with what is, thus reducing your present-day suffering, and allowing you to experience more peace in this present moment. Each time you do this, it removes another subtle layer of armoring from your heart. And, since this is the first day of the rest of your life, it leads to a more open-hearted future as well. Eliminating or reducing our day-to-day harsh judgments of others is an important, essential life skill that upgrades your lifestyle in the direction of a steady state of happiness. Chapter 8. The Whole Self. This chapter is about emotional awareness, and its effect on your well-being. I will start by saying I am not an ist, not a psychologist, nor a psychiatrist, nor any sort of academic expert of the psyche. However, I have invested thousands of hours in cultivating personal emotional awareness and studying the major patterns of the psyche. What you will read here are some of the most useful elements of what I have learned along the way. The degree of self-liberation emotional healing leads to is nothing short of remarkable. It's difficult to compare the concepts in this book in terms of their relative impact on creating a remarkable life for you. But I have no doubt that developing emotional awareness has been the single most important work for me personally. I believe that would be the case for most of us. Because the common wisdom of society has had us believe that emotions aren't valuable, that they have no place in the workplace, or in friendships, or in a life well lived. That when feelings of sadness or fear or shame or frustration or stress present to us, the best thing is to man up and get on with life. Societal attitudes suggest that emotions are unnecessary, unwelcome, unsafe, or a nuisance that get in the way of logical thinking. The social order would have males believe that emotions other than anger are more or less unacceptable. Man up. Big boys don't cry. Get over it. Quit whining. Women are given more latitude to express their emotions, but not much more. Societal programming suggests that crying may be socially acceptable behavior for women, but when a man cries he's being a wimp or a pussy. It's widely expected that men will get angry, but when a woman expresses anger she's being bitchy. Here we will apply critical thinking skills to examining our societally programmed beliefs, and perhaps trade them off for some fresh, more beneficial thought forms. When long-held emotional disturbances are brought to awareness and released, an immense amount of inner capacity becomes available for other aspects of self-development, all of which guide us to greater happiness and personal fulfillment. In this chapter you will be presented with several series of questions. It will be most beneficial if you consider each question deeply, and reflect on when it may have applied in your own life. And, as always, journaling about your reflections will lead to greater clarity. Have you ever had guilt about something you did, but you put it out of your mind and just moved on? Have you ever had compassionate thoughts that made you a bit sad? Say, for instance, about the plight of refugees or victims of a natural disaster. And then quickly moved on with the next thought, suppressing those feelings because they bring you down. When was the last time you lost someone, whether through death, or through the sudden end of a close relationship? Did you get through the grief you felt by pushing those emotions down and trying to focus on the task at hand? Emotions, the entire range of them, are a fundamental, important part of who we are as human beings. They play a huge role in our lives, whether a generally positive role when we accept and acknowledge them, or a mostly negative role when we ignore and repress them. Suppressing our emotions essentially disowns a fundamental part of self, as much as 25% of our human capacity. It makes us more rigid, and far less resilient to life's natural up and down rhythm. Stuffing or repressing our feelings sets us up for physical illness, chronic disease, and a shortened lifespan. When you come to acknowledge, process and manage your stress, anxiety, frustration, disappointment and other negative emotions, you unleash greater natural immunity to defend against all sorts of physical ailments and upgrade your lifestyle on multiple levels. Conversely, suppressing or ignoring your emotions throughout your life will eventually lead to physical distress of many forms. Emotions are far more real than our mental or spiritual capacities. Recollections of certain life events exist more vividly in our emotional body than in what we typically think of as our memory. You will come to validate this personally later in this chapter. The whole self consists of 4 separate domains: physical, mental, spiritual, and emotional. Our overall health is affected by each of these. Optimum well-being, a wholesome and happy lifestyle, requires that we provide some level of regular exercise to each of these domains, and maintain a balance between them. Many of us are familiar with the first 3, physical, mental, and spiritual. We have some awareness of how our physical body works and what is required to maintain it in reasonable condition via diet and exercise. We all have a brain, the source of our mental domain, and most of us use it every day for thinking, decision-making, and remembering things. Most of us have some sort of spiritual awareness, if only through the religion we have been born into or intentionally adopted. Our emotional domain is the least understood, and most widely ignored and repressed among these 4. And yet, it is at least equally important to maintaining our well-being as are the other 3. A physical analogy. Imagine for a moment having only 3 limbs instead of 4. Could you get by? Certainly you could, many people do. We describe them as physically challenged. Of course, anyone missing a limb adapts to their physical challenge, and can do most of the same things people with 4 limbs can do. It's just more difficult because they are working with fewer physical resources. If you have accepted the common notion of hiding, repressing, and denying your emotions, you have been operating as if you had only 3, rather than 4 limbs. You are emotionally handicapped. Sure, you can get by in life. But your life will be more challenging, and less vibrant. You are missing out on a huge, delicious part of the human experience. Positive emotions such as love, compassion, empathy, and happiness tend to be available to you only to the degree to which you acknowledge your negative emotions like stress, anxiety, worry, and fear. It's unlikely you can attain a consistently fulfilling, vital lifestyle without acknowledging and integrating your emotional domain. Failing to integrate our emotional domain as a significant complement to the rest of our experience is psychic self-mutilation. Emotions are a gateway. Self-love is a fundamental aspect of achieving a happy, fulfilling life. Self-love is a byproduct of self-esteem, the positive manner in which you regard yourself. Developing awareness of your emotions, and what messages they hold for you about yourself and the events and circumstances of your life is integral to cultivating self-awareness. Stated another way, as the image above indicates, your emotions guide you to a greater understanding of yourself, self-awareness, which leads to both a more positive view of and greater appreciation for yourself, self-esteem, which naturally give way to greater self-love. Self-love is the foundation of whatever level of happiness you experience. As your self-love expands, you naturally want to know more about who you are and what influences your behavior, and thus, you will naturally develop greater curiosity about your emotions. The illustration indicates how these four aspects of self just naturally play on one another. To net it all out, your emotions are a gateway to self-love. Conversely, repressing your emotions inhibits self-awareness, self-esteem, and self-love. Have you ever felt guilty about the way you acted towards someone, and subsequently avoided any further discussion rather than admitting your error, thus preserving the relationship? Done something you didn't feel good about because of peer pressure? Agreed with someone just to avoid conflict, while actually feeling a conflict in your body or mind? Been aware that you were experiencing stress and anxiety from some activity, your job or primary relationship, for instance, and simply maintained the status quo because you were at a loss for what needs to change to relieve your suffering? Been troubled by a behavior pattern exhibited by your partner or others but avoided examining it in order to avoid conflict? In each of these cases your emotions are trying to guide you to something that requires your attention. But instead of acknowledging them and acting on the underlying issue, you may notice that you have intentionally ignored your emotions and just moved on. The energy of your emotions doesn't go away just because you shift your attention from them. The emotional energy remains trapped in your body. Some say it's held in every cell of your body. Back to the balloon analogy, it's like blowing air into a balloon. What happens when a balloon gets too full? It bursts with a loud bang. So too do our unacknowledged emotions. When was the last time these happened for you? You exploded at someone in a sudden, unexpected outburst of anger or rage far in excess of what the situation would call for. And then, when you later realized you had overreacted, you felt guilty. You broke down in a sudden crying jag, where you have no idea what brought it on. Or perhaps you know what brought it on, but it doesn't seem like it should have merited such a grief-filled expression. You felt so ashamed of something you did that you literally punished yourself with negative "I am" statements, for minutes, days, or years on end. As examples, I am stupid. I am a hot mess. I am a loser. I am not deserving. I am a SOB. You experienced a deep depression about all the chaos and negative occurrences that have happened recently, and viewed yourself as a perennial victim of circumstances, perhaps to the point of chronic depression. You felt so broken that you no longer want to go on with the suffering. Most often, these are the effects in an elementary cause and effect scenario. When you repress your emotions rather than being open, curious and courageous enough to explore them, they will eventually burst forth with a metaphorically similar bang. As an overfilled balloon. But even after some energetic outburst, like raging or a crying jag for instance, the energy of your emotions isn't cleared. It may be temporarily relieved by your outburst, but the unexplored emotions lay buried, still awaiting your attention. There's another possibility, though. Rather than explode, we might develop the incredible self-control to never acknowledge our emotions, to ourselves or anyone else. Here's an example of what can happen when we implode. A depressive implosion. A few years ago, my sister Mary Jo passed away. She had led a big life, always helping and caring for people wherever she went. She was involved in several communities, and was known as a well-respected leader in each of them. She had held high spiritual ideals, she was active in her church and had a daily practice that included gratitude journaling and affirmations. She gave of her time regularly for a charity. She had achieved high honors while earning her bachelor's and master's degrees, and had held executive positions in 2 different Fortune 500 companies. As a result of these prestigious roles, she had accrued life savings in excess of $1 million. She had decided in recent years to change her profession to a completely different field from that of her education and experience. So, she went back to school and earned a degree in that field. Over 200 people from all walks of life attended her memorial service, and many expressed how helpful or supportive she had been to them personally. To all who came to know her, Mary Jo was a model of a successful, independent, compassionate woman. Yet she took her own life. Her family and friends couldn't even begin to conceive of why until my daughters and I found years of her diaries. We discovered a woman unknown to us, who obsessed about not having enough money to pay her bills, or to ever retire. Though her financial consultant had given her charts, graphs and assurances that she was well positioned for retirement, she refused to believe them because she held the subconscious belief that there will never be enough money. She had had several failed relationships, and her husband had divorced her. She knew she would never find an enduring intimate relationship, because she held the subconscious belief that she was not deserving of love. She had recently been laid off from her first job in her new career. Though she was incredibly talented and had already had several successful interviews, she feared she would never find a job and would be forced to tap her retirement savings to maintain her lifestyle. When an outstanding job offer came through, she turned the position down because she was afraid she couldn't do the job and might be laid off again. Because she held the subconscious belief that she was not good enough. One entry in her diary said, "I am a failure on so many levels." Another said, "How can so-and-so be so happy and positive, when he's gone through a bankruptcy, a foreclosure and a divorce all in the last year, and I'm sitting here with pain and depression and failure." No one had any idea she had encountered this deep level of suffering, not her family or long-term best friends, not her therapist, nor her minister, with whom she had a warm and friendly relationship, and would have been happy to have offered her a sympathetic ear and counsel. In her will, which she had prepared years previously, perhaps in anticipation of the inevitable outcome, she left six-figure inheritances to most of her family. In a final act of spite against one brother with whom she held an enduring grudge, she left not a cent. Her short suicide note, written in the intense suffering of knowing what she was about to do, referred specifically to the exclusion of her brother from her will. She had never shared the worst of her deep depressive thoughts with anyone. She never realized that the messages that lay buried deep within her subconscious mind were eating away at her insides like termites decimating a tree. She had never tried to make peace with her brother, even after dozens of years had passed. The bark of a tree gives no indication that the termites have eaten away its core. But when a powerful storm comes along, the dead, brittle tree breaks and falls easily with the strong wind. Only the broken trunk reveals the extent of the damage within. She had never done the inner exploration work to discover her inner wounds, those deeply hidden, subconscious beliefs that led to her depressive thoughts. Instead, she filled her life with experiences, work, community service, meetings with friends, to avoid the pain of being alone with herself for a moment longer than necessary. She would return to her home late most nights, write in her diary, then take anxiety pills to allow her to fall asleep. And, in the end, she stuck one end of a garden hose in her exhaust pipe and the other in her closed car window to achieve relief from her deep depression. When I read years and years of her daily journals, I could readily see her defective, subconscious thought forms playing out day after day, year after year. I recognized the themes of her subconscious beliefs because they originated from our family of origin. I too had struggled with each of those same hidden beliefs throughout much of my life. Each of us carries self-limiting messages throughout our lives. They may have originated from parents, siblings, teachers, lovers, religion, or society. Ironically, no one ever spoke these messages to us. They are mostly stories we have dreamed up about ourselves to attempt to make meaning of one traumatic incident or another. Minor or major disturbing experiences can lead us to form beliefs that they occurred as a result of a defect of personal character, like the "I am" messages referred to in Mary Jo's story above. Those ideas are stored in our subconscious mind. And from that point forward they are readily available to explain why anything else goes wrong. Each time, blame for the problem is assigned to the self, thus further reinforcing the deeply buried negative message. Our subconscious messages influence our view of the world and life itself in remarkably twisted ways. Unexplored, they cause unpleasant consequences in our lives and relationships, and sabotage us regularly. Mary Jo paid with her life for never, ever coming to awareness of tremendous burden of the self-limiting subconscious messages she carried. She never came to understand how they prevented her from ever acknowledging the very successful and prosperous life she had created, and the beneficial impacts she had on her friends, family, and associates. The inner exploration necessary to discover and heal our self-destructive inner programming is neither quick nor easy. But the journey pays big dividends. When we come to awareness of these messages, we get to choose whether they are true, or if they are just twisted, distorted stories about ourselves we have created in response to earlier life traumas. We begin to gain an awareness of how they have limited and sabotaged us. And then, we can begin transcending them, which leads to a heightened sense of self-esteem and self-love, opening of our hearts, and coming to acknowledge that we are good and precious, rather than damaged goods. When we do so, life cannot help but become more joyful, vibrant, and successful. The inner discovery work I am referring to here requires developing a determination to come to acknowledge and understand your self-limiting thoughts and beliefs, and a willingness to be vulnerable with yourself, and perhaps others, so that you can explore them. It's a lifelong journey of emotional maturation, and integration of the emotional domain with the physical, mental, and spiritual. Vulnerability. Mary Jo's is a tremendously sad story, but it's one that we can learn from. Because she refused to be vulnerable with herself and/or others, she silently sat with her emotional suffering until it completely consumed her. She imploded in a dramatic final act. Vulnerability is our willingness and openness to discover the subconscious thought patterns and beliefs that keep us stuck in life, and then transcend them. Borrowing a phrase from Joseph Campbell, this is a hero's journey from victim to victor. When you are controlled by your emotions, you have become their victim. Your life is a series of one painful drama after another, for which you blame yourself, and you suffer endlessly. Once you gain greater control of your subconscious messages and resultant emotions, you will automatically transition to the place of the victor. Mary Jo became a victim of circumstances, literally of life itself, because she avoided ever being vulnerable with anyone to excavate her inner wounds. This journey begins with becoming more aware of your emotions and feelings, then becoming determined to acknowledge and allow your emotions rather than avoiding them. To give them your attention, with the purpose of discovering the inner messages from which they originated. And eventually, achieving a release from the toxic potency of those messages in your everyday life. Resistance to vulnerability. If you sometimes ignore your emotions and move on, rather than reflecting on them or discussing them with trusted friends or counselors, one reason may be that in order to explore them you would have to become emotionally vulnerable. You would have to admit your feelings, to yourself or another, and take responsibility for them. You would have to acknowledge that your feelings are yours. That no one else made you feel that way, but rather, your feelings were triggered by the other's behavior. Becoming vulnerable may seem scary, because doing so runs counter to what society has led you to believe, that vulnerability equates to weakness. We may have had personal experiences where becoming vulnerable with another has led to painful experiences. Feelings shared in a vulnerable moment may have led to betrayal at a later date, by a lover, for instance. Before bearing your deepest wounds and insecurities to others, it's important that there be a high degree of trust established, a safe space. You might find safety with a therapist, a minister, a good friend, your long-term loving partner, or a support group like one of the thousands of 12-step groups, Alcoholics Anonymous, or any of the many other anonymous groups that probably meet nearby you. Is vulnerability weakness? If conventional wisdom suggests that emotions aren't valuable, then it naturally follows that vulnerability, acknowledging and exploring your emotions, is a sign of weakness. It violates the whole man up idea. Can you imagine a film where famous tough guys like Bruce Willis, Arnold Schwarzenegger, or Clint Eastwood explore their anger and decide that it might not be working for them? Of course not. The scriptwriters' heads would explode trying to illustrate that someone willing to openly explore and process their feelings could save the world. Another example of how cultural programming ignores the importance of the emotional domain. Rather than weakness, a choice to allow, examine, and explore your emotions is a bold act of courage. Being vulnerable about your emotions and feelings, whether with yourself or with a trusted person or group, inevitably leads to deeper understandings of self, and advances your empathy toward others. It's a manner of healing that allows you to release the energy of stuck emotions from 5 minutes or 20 years prior. It's not uncommon to experience uncontrollable sobbing or rage during a vulnerable emotional release process. If that's your experience, allow whatever range of emotions want to express, whether that's surrendering to the need to cry, violently hitting a pillow with a tennis racket, or any other form of intense expression that doesn't harm others in doing so. The more energetic the expression, the more effective is the release of the emotional energy that's been stuck in your body. Of course, that level of energetic release isn't necessary for each exploration of emotions. It may help to begin more gently and slowly. When powerful negative emotions present, set aside alone time to explore. Excavate and journal about them. You will find one process for doing so later in this chapter. Why do this? Cultivating emotional maturity will add vibrancy to your life. As you become more emotionally aware, you develop more resilience to deal with the stressors and surprises of life. Academic research and clinical studies have demonstrated that as we develop greater levels of emotional intelligence and thus, resilience, we increase our natural immunological response to illness and chronic disease, expand our quality of life, and extend our lifespan. How could it be otherwise? Purging the toxic residue of our self-limiting subconscious messages is as healing physically as it is emotionally. As you become more aware of and inquisitive about your negative emotions and their source, you become more at choice to consciously respond to challenging situations rather than unconsciously reacting. Our emotions, particularly those viewed as negative, often lead to bodily sensations we call feelings. Those two terms are often used interchangeably. But in reality, emotions originate in your emotional domain, and then frequently show up as feelings in your physical domain. Emotions and feelings affect your perception of the quality of your life and your way of being. Consider the following diagram. Your thoughts are most frequently the source of your emotions. Emotions produce feelings, both of which tend to be fairly transient. In other words, they have a tendency to flow through you. They appear for a minute or several, and then they are gone. If you give your focused attention to your feelings, you can literally experience them changing. It's been said that if you focus on an emotional feeling in your body, it will rarely last longer than 3 minutes before it shifts. The mood you are in now is affected by the thoughts, emotions, and feelings you have experienced recently. Moods also are transient, but they tend to have a greater duration than emotions and feelings. Even after feelings have passed, the mood they give rise to may be with you for hours or even days. Your overall attitude evolves from the nature of the moods you experience most frequently. Your attitude determines the quality of your life, the degree of grace and ease, or pain and suffering you experience. It affects the quality of every relationship, with yourself, with others, and with the world around you. And, of course, your attitude is the primary factor in the quality of your thoughts. Thus, the line in the diagram from attitude back to thoughts. If your general attitude is mostly happy, your thoughts will most often be positive in nature, which creates uplifting emotions, healthy feelings, and a generally good mood, which reinforces your happy attitude, or your way of being. It's a continual cycle. Consider how this same sequence applies if you have a generally bad, or negative attitude. Your thoughts tend to stem from criticism or judgment of self or others, in regrets about the past, or fears about the future. Thus, you lose contact with this perfectly imperfect present moment. Negative thoughts set up negative emotions and bad moods, which reinforce your overall attitude. If you have a positive attitude, you will tend to gravitate toward other positive people, who will reinforce and support you. And it's only natural to try to avoid people with a negative attitude because misery loves company. Those who exhibit a depressive attitude will often bring you and everyone else down right along with them. They will tend to have few friends, aside from others who share their sense of suffering. When I use the term steady state, I am referring to your attitude. It's the way you experience life on most days. It's your cruise control setting. If your attitude is a product of your predominant moods, and your moods are a product of your feelings, emotions and thoughts, then it naturally follows that changing your way of being, your steady state, is dependent on being able to regulate your thoughts and emotions. Thoughts are things. They have power. With thoughts as cause, the ultimate effect is your general attitude, which decides your quality of life. If you have noticed that changing your thinking has been a predominant theme in this book, then you have been paying attention. You may recall our earlier assertion that your outer reality is simply a reflection of your inner state. As earlier chapters have demonstrated, it's possible to self-induce positive emotions by intentionally choosing positive thoughts over negative ones in any given moment. This obviously feels better on multiple levels. When you are in a positive mood, your energy is enhanced, your body's systems will function with greater efficiency and harmony, and you supercharge your body's immune system and other natural regenerative processes. Earlier chapters about gratitude, affirmations, changing your mind and forgiveness are all useful resources for choosing more positive thoughts. Victim or victor. A reminder that bears repeating here. When your emotions are negative, it's common to look for a culprit. Every victim needs a perpetrator. When you make someone else responsible for your emotions, you are essentially regarding yourself as a victim, and that someone else as your perpetrator. You have given your personal power away. No one can make you feel anything. When you have a thought like, "he made me feel," you are giving away your personal power to another, thus setting him up as your perpetrator, and you as his victim. Your feelings are yours alone, and they are entirely unique to you. Let's open things up a bit, using what might be becoming a familiar format by now. Inner excavation exercise. Think about a specific recent event when powerful negative emotions presented to you. When you were afraid or ashamed, deeply disappointed or extremely frustrated, for example. What led to those feelings? Did the behavior of another lead to that emotion? It's important to be specific in your recollection of the event. Try to put yourself in the mind of an impartial third-party observer witnessing the event, to get to the exact data, the objective reality of what happened, rather than your thoughts and feelings about it. Please take a moment now to bring this situation clearly to mind before you read on. Now you will unpack that event, from the most objective point of view you can muster. Following are a few questions for you to reflect on. I encourage you to stick with each of these until you derive a clear answer. Journaling about your response to each question will guide you to greater clarity. What are the distinct emotions or feelings that you have about that situation? Would a disinterested third-party observer agree that the other's words or actions toward you were intentionally hurtful? Was the other person's primary intention to hurt or demean you? Was your reaction to what was actually said or done by the other, or by your personal interpretation of what happened? This is an important distinction. What other interpretation of that situation is possible that would not yield such hurtful feelings? Stretch yourself on this one, to see what you might discover. Is it possible that what they said or did reminded you of an earlier situation in your life? Some event or situation where you felt a similar emotion? If you have truly contemplated the questions above, you will derive one of two results. 1. You might be absolutely certain that the other's actions were intentionally harmful. That their only purpose was to damage or denigrate you. One example of this would be a racist or sexist remark intended solely to establish their superiority and your inferiority. 2. You may find that there's some other possibility. That the other person's motive may not have been quite so sinister as you first thought. During this exercise, did you notice that you had to put some space between what actually happened, and your thoughts and emotional reaction to it? Did you derive that a different response on your part may have been possible? Did you gain an awareness that you may have misinterpreted your perpetrator's words or actions, and your emotional reaction was based on your interpretation, or the meaning story you created, rather than their behavior? Did you get an idea that this situation may have reminded you of an earlier life situation that you reacted to in a similar way? This is an emotional trigger. It's where you may discover those deeply buried subconscious messages like Mary Jo carried. Did you come to a realization that your most intense and accurate recollection of the event was the emotional distress you experienced at the time, i.e., more powerful than your memory? Any of these are powerful insights. And if you got none of them, that's okay too. Though I would encourage you to revisit this exercise at another time, using a different life experience as the basis. This exercise emphasizes the distinction between cause and effect. That another's action and your reaction to it are two separate and distinct entities. The cause is the objective reality, what actually happened, or the data of the situation. The effect is how you reacted. This is a powerful distinction that allows you to appreciate that your emotional reaction was yours alone, and no one made you feel that way. This is taking responsibility for your own emotions, rather than giving that power to another. And it's a significant, gigantic step toward emotional awareness. In the illustration above, consider what effect will result from pushing on the nearby small domino. Got it? Yeah, that happens when you unconsciously react rather than consciously respond to any situation. This is not to say that your emotional reaction at the time wasn't reasonable, it may well have been entirely appropriate. The key takeaway is that you separate the cause, the external event, from the effect, your interpretations and reactions. As you develop this aptitude, you begin to take personal responsibility for your own thoughts, emotions and feelings. This is a key skill in removing yourself from the position of victim and empowering yourself as a victor. You may notice that your memory of the distressful emotions you experienced at the time are the most vivid and intense of your recollections. Most people would find this to be the case. Because, as we said earlier, the emotional energy of hurtful or traumatic incidents is deeply embedded in your body and mind, until such time as you unpack them, as this exercise is designed to guide you to do. If you feel somewhat lighter after having performed this exercise, it's because you are lighter. You have acknowledged and examined an emotional condition that has been stored in your body ever since the situation occurred, and at least partially released it. The 4 stages of experience. Partial credit for the 4 stages here is due to an excellent article I read recently entitled Stoicism and Mindfulness Meditation by Michael Ribel-Bosin on Medium.com. I have revised it slightly to fit the context of this chapter. 1. Sensory input. what you actually heard or saw, the raw sensations coming into your brain from an external source. As an example, your partner spoke to you in a loud tone of voice. Your ears record the words and volume, and your eyes observe a scowl on his face. 2. Primary representation. Your mind's first interpretation of the event. This is the translation of the pure sensory inputs to a representation that the mind can understand and work with. Example, my partner seems angry. He is yelling at me about something. 3. Value judgment. The meaning you make of the event. Your initial thoughts, emotions and feelings derive from this stage. It's bad, it's good, it's pleasant, it's neutral. Example, his tone of voice and what he's saying are offensive to me. It's not true. I object to the way he's acting. I am now feeling mad, or afraid, or sad, or guilty. Or, it seems he may have misinterpreted my motivations for something I did, and he is upset about it. I am feeling a bit nervous and misunderstood. I want to discuss it with him to clarify the intention behind my actions. 4. Action. Consideration of the possibilities of how you should respond to your value judgment, and a decision as to how to respond. You could yell back at him. You could tell him to settle down while you withdraw into another room. You could empathize with his misinterpretation of your actions and ask him to sit down and calmly discuss it. Any of these or others are possible choices. You choose one and act on it. All 4 stages seem to take place within the blink of an eye. However, the first 2 are mostly physiological in nature. The 3rd and 4th stages are completely within the control of your mind. Naturally, your mind is influenced by a variety of factors, for instance, whether this is a pattern of behavior for your partner, whether you are carrying some guilt for the actions he's referring to, whether his approach reminds you of how your father treated you, or any other factor. Your level of mindfulness will affect the level of skill with which you are able to split out the latter 2 stages from the first 2 in any given situation. Your level of emotional maturity will inform your value judgment, the range of actions you consider, and your choice of reaction. Emotional maturity is an elusive goal and an ongoing learning process, where you can learn and benefit from each interaction. It's an ongoing evolution of learning and practice. I am still growing my skill, as is, I presume, everyone else. Here's a recent example from my own life. Recently, my partner Joy approached me shortly after waking up with a complaint about how some maintenance people had trampled one of her plants. Growing and nurturing her potted plants is a big source of enjoyment and fulfillment for Joy. Her first words to me on this day were expressions of the anger and disappointment she felt when she realized that her plant was damaged. This is a radical departure from her normal routine upon awakening of loudly proclaiming, "I'm here," smiling and inviting me to give her a big morning hug. Admittedly, I am particularly fond of our normal morning ritual. I backed away. "Whoa, what's that all about? You're waking up in the morning in a bad mood. Settle down. It's not the end of the world. It's a beautiful day." I felt sad and irritated about the way she approached me, and refrained from offering my arms for our morning hug. I reacted from my disappointed self with an attempt to control her behavior, to make it more suitable to me, rather than sensitivity toward her predicament. True to form, Joy didn't let me get away with it. "Can't you just hear me?" The nature of our relationship is such that we are both accustomed to being able to express our emotions about any topic, and expect the other's focused attention and empathy. Naturally, she was disappointed that in this instance my reaction didn't meet her expectation. Once she had held up the mirror, to me it brought me to awareness of how I had reacted. She accepted my apology, as she always does when I bring less than my most loving self to our relationship. I then invited her to share her thoughts and emotions. I listened deeply, and asked clarifying questions when I wasn't precisely certain of what she was explaining. With this discussion, I was encouraging her to express all the aspects of her experience, her thoughts, her feelings, and the meaning she had ascribed to the situation. I repeated back the ideas she was expressing to assure I had heard beyond her words. When it seemed she was finished expressing, I asked, would a hug help? A hug was just what she needed to move into a more peaceful, loving and empowered state. "I'll have to get a new pot and repot that plant." Authentic listening. The latter part of this story is example of authentic listening during an open-hearted, vulnerable sharing. Setting all distractions aside and opening up a space for Joy to describe all the elements of her reality, what actually happened, how she felt about it, the judgments she may have had about the workman, and what she wanted to happen now to bring her back to a tranquil state. When I intuited that a hug would help, I offered it, even though she didn't ask for it. As the situation began, I neglected to provide the space for expression Joy desired. She didn't want a solution to her problem, she just wanted to express what happened and her emotions about it. I responded to her request for me to hear her with my own stuff. Fortunately, Joy knows that I have the ability to listen deeply, and thus she ignored my control narrative and asked to be heard. That immediately brought me to awareness that I had masked my own needs over hers, and I shifted into authentic listening mode. Once she truly felt heard, her anger was cleared and she knew what needed to happen to move forward, and was able to release her negative emotions. Authentic listening is deeply, empathetically hearing another. It's a demonstration that the speaker and what they have to say actually matters to us. It's having an authentic concern or curiosity for what the speaker is going through, to the point of asking for clarification when the words are insufficient for us to understand. If it's unclear to the listener, the speaker may actually gain clarity about the situation from having to speak it in terms that the listener can understand. Feelings of trust, appreciation, and respect naturally arise from being sincerely heard by another. For the listener, it's an act of respect to better understand another whose reality might be quite different. Let's describe authentic listening in terms of what it's not. It's not listening, waiting for a pause, then relating a similar situation from your own life. It's not giving unsolicited advice. It's not taking on another's emotions while they are speaking. Getting hooked by another's emotions expressed during a vulnerable sharing may shift you from empathy to sympathy. It is a form of codependence, which is psychologically unhealthy. Even if you are feeling sympathy for the speaker's predicament, there's no need to express it. If you choose to speak it, however, hold it until you are certain they have finished expressing. Drama. While we are on the topic of authentic listening, it's appropriate to draw a distinction between vulnerable, authentic sharing, and drama. Vulnerable sharing is needing to express because the weight of the situation is too uncomfortable to bear alone. It's seeking out a trusted friend or partner with the purpose of speaking one's feelings as a means of gaining clarity and as a possible consequence, resolution. There may be a desire to release the emotional energy, to enable them to move on. The speaker appreciates the empathy your hearing them represents, and probably doesn't require a response. The speaker may be seeking a solution, which may arise from simply talking about it. If they want your thoughts or advice, they will ask for it. Drama, on the other hand, is usually little more than venting. Venting can be one-on-one, or sometimes broadcasting the issue to the world, via social media, for instance. There's no need for the speaker to have any particular trust of the listener or readers. Venting doesn't require trust. What they really want from venting is sympathy. A jackpot for a venter is to hear another say, in sympathy, "I feel bad for you." Bingo. The drama queen, male or female, is often expressing anger or outrage from someone else, making them feel one way or another. Even if they ask for advice, they are not likely to act on it. Obtaining a sympathetic response is their prime objective. Empathy is neither sought nor appreciated, as sincere questions to better understand might diffuse the logic or energy behind the vent. Drama tends to drain the energy of an emotionally mature listener, in a manner similar to how we think of a vampire draining its victim of blood. It's the misery loves company effect. Obviously, there's a significant difference in emotional maturity between authentic sharing and drama. Those of us who are on a journey to emotional maturity will rarely vent in such a dramatic nature. As listeners, we tend to be easily able to distinguish between a speaker's intentions, and avoid being drawn into another's personal dramas. A significant first step. In this chapter you have gained an introduction to emotional intelligence, and learned a few simple yet extremely useful practices. Each of these move you along the path to greater self-awareness, self-love, and a steady state of happiness. As you develop proficiency with these techniques, they will inevitably yield multiple lifestyle upgrades. If you choose to take it further, you will find that cultivating emotional maturity will produce innumerable more lifestyle upgrades throughout your lifetime. As you progress in that journey, you can reasonably expect some or all of the following benefits. Greater emotional stability, or resilience, becoming less prone to wild mood swings and drama, your own, and that of others, by becoming more skillful in regulating your emotions. You will learn to establish firm boundaries to create greater inner peace and safety within yourself, and personal limits to prevent doing harm to others. Improved discernment of your own emotions and those of others leads to developing greater empathy and compassion, essential skills for any relationship. An ever-deepening understanding of how your thoughts, emotions, feelings, moods, and attitude are all interdependent, and how to move toward a positive, steady state by better managing these. Improved relationships by expanding your comfort level with becoming more emotionally vulnerable with yourself and those you love and/or trust. This opens the door to vastly deeper levels of personal authenticity and intimacy. As you gain more skill with consciously responding versus unconsciously reacting to external events, you essentially remove layers of armor from your heart, thus moving you closer to the love, joy, abundance, and peace at the core of your true nature from birth. What you have read here is no more than the tip of the iceberg of emotional intelligence. Becoming aware of, and taking personal responsibility for your emotions, in and of itself, establishes a strong foundation for greater self-esteem and self-love. As you more fully integrate your emotional domain with your physical, mental, and spiritual, you achieve a huge boost in your overall capacity as a human being. Now, on to another rather advanced concept. Chapter 9. Relieving stress with mental discipline. Stress is an inevitable, uncomfortable part of life. It can be harrowing or for some, even debilitating. But it need not be so. When we learn practices to become more resilient, stress becomes just another inconvenient aspect of life that we deal with, like daily elimination, or an occasional cold or flu. Resilience transmutes the emotional highs and lows of life into more stable, steady patterns, thus allowing us to respond to them with considerably less distress and drama. Managing stress reduces day-to-day feelings of anxiety and frustration, and allows our heart, brain, organs, and immune system to function more harmoniously and efficiently. The stress management techniques here have the potential to transform your daily experience of stress from anxiety, aggravation, or depression to far greater calmness and inner peace. In this chapter we will review a simple practice to mitigate momentary stressful or challenging situations, and techniques for managing stress and negative emotions more strategically. In the first section of this chapter 1 will share some of the conclusions of the HeartMath Institute, which has conducted hundreds of clinical studies on developing greater coherence, the harmonious, efficient functioning of all the body's systems. Later, I will share some of the desirable outcomes of a daily meditation practice, which serves to create greater harmony and capacity for moving with the flow and rhythm of life, rather than against it. Living with frequent negative emotions and stress just doesn't feel good. Depressive feelings constrain your ability to feel happiness. Worse, they place a burden on many of your body's systems, and in the manner they naturally synchronize with one another. Frequent bad moods and/or a tendency toward daily stress will eventually manifest as physical symptoms. Ulcers, indigestion, acid reflux, difficulty sleeping, frequent illnesses, and even chronic disease like cancer and heart disease, among others, are common physical outcomes from lingering negativity in long-term stress. So, learning to manage stress not only improves your state of mind, it improves your physical health. Becoming more resilient to day-to-day hassles and low-grade emotional trauma enables your body's systems to naturally self-correct. Chronic disease has been known to abate among people who have embraced practices to increase their mental and emotional well-being. Improved stress management can begin with an emotional self-regulation technique that is remarkably simple, and takes only a minute or two when you become aware that you are feeling emotionally triggered, anxious, or stressed. Exercise, heart-focused breathing. Once you have read this simple technique, please set the book down and take 2 minutes and try it for yourself. Focus your attention on the center of your chest. If it's convenient to close your eyes, do so. If not, simply focus on slowing your breathing. Breathe in slowly to a count of 5 and imagine your breath flowing into your heart. You can feel your chest expand as you breathe in deeply. Now attempt to observe it expanding with your mind's eye, and imagine the life-giving effects of oxygen expanding your heart. Now breathe out to a count of 5, giving your focused attention to the feeling of, or mind's eye vision of your chest contracting as you breathe out. You are attempting to get your rate of breath down to about 6 per minute, or about 10 seconds per breath. Breathe in this manner 12 times, or about 2 minutes. Go ahead and try it now, and notice any before/after changes in your body and mind. Journaling about your experience will help you remember the technique itself, and the changes you noticed. Chances are you feel more clear-headed now, maybe a bit less burdened, better able to focus on reading and comprehending, more fully in the here and now. At least, those are among the results that most people report after performing this exercise. This 2-minute, incredibly simple exercise can be used anytime you begin to experience stressful reactions or troubling thoughts or emotions. According to the HeartMath Institute, it has a rather significant effect on your physiology. I will simplify their rather technical description, which can be found in their book Science of the Heart. The other resources section near the end of this book has a link to HeartMath's book. It slows your heart rate and sets up greater coherence between your brain and heart, leading to immediately improved emotional stability and clearer thinking. If you had trouble maintaining your focus on your heart, or seeing your heart expand with the breath, keep trying, it gets easier with practice. You might find this practice particularly difficult when you are encountering stress in the moment. Be aware that normal mind chatter will want to direct your attention back to the problem at hand and away from your heart-focused breathing. Hence the value of practicing it regularly when you are not in an emotionally charged state. You can lock in this technique by practicing it daily for an extended period, say 5 minutes or more, when you are not in the heat of the moment. This in itself has psychophysiological benefits, according to HeartMath. It enables you to lock in the positive feeling states associated with the heart in order to boost your energy, heighten peace and clarity, and effectively retrain your physiology to sustain longer periods of coherent function. With consistent practice, the heart lock-in facilitates the establishment of new reference patterns, promoting increased physiological efficiency, mental acuity, and emotional stability as a new baseline or norm. Our experience working with people of diverse ages, cultures, educational backgrounds, and professions suggests that these techniques often facilitate profound shifts in perception, emotion, and awareness. Moreover, extensive laboratory research performed at HeartMath Institute has shown that the physiological changes accompanying such shifts are dramatic. Practice heart lock-in technique. Set aside 5 minutes or more each day, ideally at the start of your day or, second preference, shortly before bedtime, to practice the heart-focused breathing technique as described here. When you start your day with this technique, it allows you to approach your day's activities with a more calm, centered state and greater vitality. Why should you go to the trouble to reorganize your day to adopt this daily practice? The HeartMath Institute's research and clinical studies have demonstrated some rather significant benefits of adopting the heart lock-in as an integral part of your day. Improves your access to long-lost memories and recognition of patterns, thus enabling more informed choices and enhanced decision-making. Improves your capacity to self-regulate your thoughts and emotions, leading to greater self-control, reduced stress, and greater personal vitality. Your health is automatically enhanced by these benefits, as your body's many various systems collectively come into more coherent function. Increases your ability to handle awkward situations, such as dealing with difficult people, with greater ease. It promotes harmonious interaction and connectivity with others. More frequent experience of intuitive insights that are otherwise drowned out by mental chatter. Such insights often unfold greater understanding of ourselves, others, issues and life in general than years of accumulated personal experience. Establishing a new baseline for self-regulation which, once established, become automatic and thus no longer require the same level of energy expenditure. Cultivating mental discipline. I have referred to meditation several times throughout this book. Speaking from my own experience, the benefits of meditation literally supercharge the effective of many of the other practices here. And, to tie it into the previous discussion, a daily meditation practice helps to regulate your emotions, thus allowing you to approach each day with greater mental and emotional stability. I have meditated on and off over the past 20 years, and restarted a daily practice about 2 years ago. The insights and inspirations I have received over those 2 years recently guided me to leave a profitable and fulfilling work relationship to share with you these significant keys to unlocking your happiness. The fact that you are reading this now is demonstration that I have been guided by inspiration to the next step, marketing it once the book is complete. I expect I will meditate daily for the rest of my life. Because I have every desire to express my life's purpose in bigger and better ways, and I receive the guidance I need as to how to best do that via the inner messages that present both during meditation and throughout the day. A daily meditation practice has numerous benefits that aid with every aspect of life. They show up to greater and greater degrees as you become more regular and devoted to your daily practice. Foremost among them is mental discipline. Yoga. Yoga offers a body-centered alternative to meditation that has similar effects when it's practiced holistically. It integrates the mind and heart with the body, and can lead to a deep state of presence. And, of course, it's a great form of physical exercise, and developing greater strength, flexibility, and balance. My partner Joy can't stand the thought of sitting in stillness for 20 or 30 minutes at a stretch like I do every day. She has embraced yoga enthusiastically. She speaks at length about how she must achieve total mind/heart/body presence in order to achieve various poses. I personally prefer the stillness of meditation to yoga. While I can achieve some level of mental stillness and presence with other forms of exercise like hiking or weightlifting, yoga has never held that same ability for me. When I tell myself I should practice yoga, I always get a clear no in response. Not surprising. Yoga is the feminine equivalent of the masculine practice of emptiness. Joy achieves the same mental discipline with yoga as I experience with meditation. I refer to both yoga and meditation as presence practices. Because I am writing about my own experience, throughout the balance of this chapter one will refer to meditation. If it feels better to you, feel free to substitute yoga for meditation. Why discipline? Learning and practicing to manage your mind through meditation allows you to better place your attention on one thing at a time, known as focus or concentration. Whether you work in a left-brained office environment or in more creative activities like art, dancing, or writing, you will notice your capacity and productivity increase as your presence practice progresses. You will be able to more ably direct your attention to speakers during conversations, meetings, and presentations to better hear and understand their key messages. Presence practices allow you to slow down your mind from that dizzying pace of one thought per second we mentioned earlier. It's referred to as putting space between your thoughts. In my meditations I usually try to cease all thought, and create a space of complete silence from which messages from deep within can arise. In that process, I am becoming aware of any thoughts that arise, and then releasing them straight away. The more minutes I devote to it in any given session, the greater the release from thought. Here are two distinct benefits of this style of meditation. 1. I am putting space between my thoughts. Rather than one thought per second, in a successful meditation it may slow to only a few thoughts per minute or less. This is practicing presence, being in the here and now, rather than yesterday's experiences or what I need to accomplish today. Presence carries over from my meditation into my day, allowing me to better focus and avoid distractions, achieve greater awareness of the environment that I find myself in, and more appropriately respond to the demands of the moment. 2. Creating greater awareness of each thought that occurs allows me to better choose my thoughts. Outside of meditation, I am way better equipped to eliminate what I call stinkin' thinkin', thoughts of limitations, judgments, self-criticism, worry and fear. I achieve more clarity in decision-making for the issue at hand. In the previous chapter we discussed how you have the potential to completely control how you respond or react to each situation you encounter. Mindfulness, or achieving greater awareness of your thoughts, will further develop the skillfulness with which you are able to regulate your thoughts and emotions. Increased resiliency. Resiliency is the ability to cope with adversity and bounce back quickly. It's becoming calmer and more centered, and less stressed by everyday minor annoyances. Science has shown that cultivating resiliency literally rewires your brain, altering neurons and synapses to allow you to function more effectively, and establishing new, wholesome patterns of brain activity. Resiliency also creates powerful positive effects for your physical health, recovery from illness or disease, reducing stress, and extending your lifespan. Increased resiliency has the potential to improve every relationship, as you become less frequently triggered to anger, frustration, annoyance, and judgments. You are likely to discover a deeper capacity for compassion and empathy than you knew you had, and a deeper sense of gratitude for what is today. These are qualities of the heart. And meditation is a prime gateway to the heart. Greater access to insight and intuition. Notice I hyphenate those words, because they are sources of wisdom that originate from your inner being. Call it your heart, your soul, or your spirit. Getting quiet and consciously putting space between your thoughts puts you in a state of readiness to hear that still small voice. Insights and intuitions can supercharge your decision-making ability and any type of creative endeavor. Builds your capacity for determination and commitment. It takes determination and commitment to start and maintain a daily meditation practice. As you exercise those faculties of your mind every day, they are naturally more available to enhance all your other endeavors. Amplifies your manifestation practice. The next chapter is a practice that I am really excited to share with you, about the process for creating, or manifesting, whatever you wish to experience in your life through the power of your thoughts. It's widely recognized and taught by many as the law of attraction. Creating with mind, manifesting a desirable reality, is a natural capability available to us all that I have used repeatedly and reliably to create various facets of my amazing, remarkable life. The following chapter explains in greater detail the process of creating your reality with your thoughts. But suffice it to say here that it requires a disciplined mind, the first benefit of meditation mentioned above. When you bring a disciplined mind into your manifestation practice, you are able to focus your thoughts on providing the clear, consistent messages that a manifestation process requires. These are some of the major benefits that are available to anyone who has maintained a daily meditation practice for any length of time. You are likely to discover other benefits, as the inner wisdom available to you reveals more about who you are and how you show up in the world, and the clearest path to your goals. Your practice, daily meditation. Start with a commitment to meditate every day, and set aside time in your schedule. I have found that first thing in the morning, after I am dressed but before my morning coffee sets me up with a positive, calm outlook to begin my day. I have discovered that if I wait 30 minutes after meditation before I dive into social media or the latest news, I am less inclined to want to waste time with these activities throughout the day. I frequently use the alive time following meditation to reflect on the beauty and wonder of my life and relax into feelings of deep gratitude, or reading or listening to some inspiring material. The first few times you meditate you will likely find yourself struggling to clear your mind of thoughts. Your ego naturally resists meditating, because it's essentially relegating its control of your mind. Your ego loves being the master of your mind and reducing you to its servant. Meditation is an excellent vehicle to flip that condition on its head. If you have difficulty clearing your mind of thought, you may find it helpful to listen to a guided meditation or visualization where your attention is placed on the facilitator's voice, or music specifically created for meditation. It's important to go easy on yourself when starting a meditation practice. Be aware that you are likely to become frustrated when thoughts just keep dropping in. Use the technique above for heart-focused breathing to focus your attention on your heart, rather than expecting that you can stop your thoughts just by force of will. Just know that it will get easier and more natural the more you practice meditating daily. Remember the first time you rode a bike? You started with training wheels, and were probably disappointed with your first few experiences. But the excitement you felt about riding a bike, like the big kids, gave you the determination to keep trying. Eventually you progressed to where you no longer needed training wheels. Then you were wobbly for a while. But eventually, with more practice, you could do it without even thinking about it. It's a great analogy for meditation, or any other life skill. The more you practice, the better at it you become. Start slowly, say, 5 or 10 minutes at a stretch. And gradually add time as it becomes to feel more comfortable. Try to get to 30 minutes per session, at whatever pace feels right for you. If it takes a year to get there, so be it. The benefits I have referred to here will start kicking into high gear when you are meditating upwards of 20 minutes per session, every day. You can accelerate achievement of these benefits by meditating twice or more each day. Many people find it helpful to meditate upon arising, and shortly before sleep. If you take on a daily meditation practice for even 30 days you will notice positive changes in your way of being. After a year of practice, I assure you that you will be amazed with the results. Aids to meditation. There's a free app for both Android and iOS called Insight Timer. This app gives you access to thousands of guided meditations and visualizations of various topics and durations, and a large variety of meditation music. You can set a reminder to go off every day at the same time. The Insight Timer has one feature that got me serious about becoming regular again at meditation after many false starts over the years. The app tracks your meditations and awards a little star for each time you achieve 10 straight days of practice. It's a silly little feature actually, but it engaged my ego right from the beginning in wanting to accumulate many stars. I still experience a tiny tinge of pride and accomplishment each time I am awarded another star. And I find it amazingly disappointing when I miss a day after 80 or 90 days straight and have to start over at day 1. I find this little incentive a great aid to regular meditation. You will also find hundreds of videos on YouTube, meditation instruction, guided meditations and visualizations to suit whatever intention you set for your meditation. Like all the concepts in this book, you don't have to embrace one in order for the others to work. I think of meditation as an accelerator for the other practices here. And, were it not for the promptings and insights I have received as a result of meditating, this book would never have come into existence. Are you ready for some super cool magic? Turn the page. Chapter 10. Creating with Mind. I have been itching to write this chapter since I started this book. Because it's about a faculty of mind that seems wonderful and magical, and remarkably consistent. It's one of the coolest things on planet Earth. I have upgraded my lifestyle progressively by creating with my thoughts dozens of times since 2006, when I first became aware of the law of attraction while watching The Secret. That film led to an intense curiosity to find and study other sources of information about the law of attraction, and a devotion to integrating all the practices I could find to put it to work for myself. I am excited to share with you the high points of my understanding of this amazing process. My preference is to call it Creating with Mind, which acknowledges the way law works, and allows us to accept personal responsibility to create whatever reality we want, as opposed to seeing life as a random sequence of events, circumstances, and relationships. Every time I have diligently applied manifesting techniques, what started as a sincere desire in my imagination eventually showed up in my reality. I am currently working on manifesting 3 things. 1. Tens of thousands of people being inspired to adopt the practices in this book, thus opening their hearts and interacting with others from a place of expanded consciousness. 2. A 500-mile pilgrimage/hiking trip on the Camino de Santiago in Spain in 2019. And 3. A 7-day liveaboard scuba diving trip by 2020. Watch www.upgrade-your-lifestyle.com for updates on these. Every source I have studied calls the law of attraction a universal law. In my personal experience, it's consistently effective like a law should be, sometimes even when I least expect it. When I am conscious of my thoughts and managing them in the direction of the reality I want to experience, I am usually pretty pleased with the outcome. But, the less conscious I am of my thoughts, the greater the likelihood that I am going to get a reality that's not too appealing to me. If I am not using my conscious mind to create a reality that appeals to me, then my unconscious mind is creating my world in ways that may not be so much to my liking. It works like this. The benevolent nature of life, the divine, God, the universe, choose your term, will bring into your reality whatever are the products of your predominant thought forms. Whether it's a luxury vacation or something small like a parking space near the entrance to the mall, each predominant thought form is received by life, which responds accordingly. I am nearly giddy with happiness, and grateful each time I manifest close-in parking spots at the mall, which is nearly every time. Whether or not you use it consciously, it's already been at work in your life. If your predominant thought forms are around how stressed you are, then life interprets that as a desire, and delivers you more stress. If you are worried you are that you may not have enough money to pay your bills this month, then life will respond with more worry and a greater likelihood that you will come up short. So, creating with your thoughts presents both an opportunity and a problem. When you consciously program the benevolent nature of life with your desires, your outcomes will satisfy you. If you don't use your mind to consciously create a reality that appeals to you, then life will receive whatever predominant thought forms that unconsciously occupy your mind, and more often than not you won't appreciate the outcome. If your subconscious mind harbors messages about unworthiness, unlovability, or inadequacy, then chances are, the events and circumstances that unfold in your reality will reflect those messages. It's occasionally curious how this process works. Sometimes I get surprised, for instance, something seemingly bad happening, to pave the way for the desire to be manifested. Here's an example. At one point I absolutely loved the design of the Cadillac CTS. Each time I saw one on the road I admired its sleek, minimalist lines, its bold grille, and classic vertical taillight design. I thought of this car as art on wheels. However, I owned a reliable, comfortable and affordable car. I thought I couldn't justify the incremental cost of owning this beauty. And then suddenly one day my car was totaled by another driver that I did not see coming. Even though I had just glanced in his direction, it seemed like he materialized out of thin air. No people were hurt in this demonstration. For someone who holds the belief that life loves me, the crash seemed curious, rather than furious. What was that about? Where did he come from? I had to replace my car, so I went to the auto dealership, doubtful that I could afford the car I had lusted after. I was looking for a 3 or 4-year-old vehicle. Long story short, they had a deeply discounted demonstrator Cadillac CTS with just a few thousand miles on it. It stretched my budget, but didn't break it. I drove Art on Wheels home from the dealership that same day. This seemed like a manifestation that broke the rules. I didn't develop a manifestation practice around acquiring the CTS, because I was pretty satisfied with my vehicle. My frequent thought immediately following an appreciative sighting on the road was along the lines of, I can't afford it, so I put it out of my mind. But I have thought about it repeatedly over the years since. I have come to understand that my feelings about that car were approaching the intensity of lust. It would appear that life received my thoughts of appreciation for the car's design features and feelings of desire/lust for it nearly every day, more loudly than my, I can't afford it, message. It seems as if my predominant thought form was desire, rather than denial. You will find tons of good material about the law of attraction available at no cost on the internet. A search on YouTube or Google will produce millions of results. I won't rehash here what the so-called experts have to say about the law of attraction. Rather, I will share what has worked best from my experience, to make this amazing phenomenon work to your benefit. Fundamentals of creating with mind. 1. Get crystal clear on the experiences or objects you want to attract into your reality. Given that this is a book about upgrading your lifestyle, you may want to give consideration to experiences that would feel like lifestyle upgrades as well as material things. As examples, freedom from stress and anxiety, a more slender, fit, healthy body, greater inner peace, a career promotion, an exotic vacation to a specific destination, becoming more knowledgeable about a hobby or leisure time activity that appeals to you, greater self-awareness, greater appreciation of the abundance that is your life in this moment, spending more fun time with your family, a deeper meditation practice, a new intimate relationship with an unnamed person with specific qualities that appeal to you. Note that, in the case of relationships, putting a specific person in your visualization could mean you are attempting to defeat their free will, not good karma, and probably ineffective and frustrating. Getting crystal clear means you give your attention to defining the specific qualities of what you want, and how you will feel when it shows up in your reality. I encourage you to reflect on both of these, qualities and feelings, and journal about your reflections. In my experience, the more reflection and journaling, the more specific and clear my desire becomes, and the greater understanding of the feelings I will have once it shows up. 2. Set aside 5 to 10 minutes each day to sit quietly and visualize yourself enjoying use of the objects of your desire, or achievement of the situation you want to manifest. Try to form the visualization from 2 different perspectives, 1, that of enjoying it yourself, and 2, what someone else would see. For instance, imagining yourself enjoying the vacation of your dreams, and how another would view you enjoying it. One is from the inside out, the other is from the outside in. With this step, you are intentionally broadcasting very specific images of your desire to life on a daily frequency. 3. Deeply imagine the positive feelings you encounter upon having your desires show up in your reality. Attempt to actually feel the bodily sensations of using/achieving and enjoying your manifestation. Joy, pride, achievement, excitement, safety, or whatever other feelings might occur to you. The greater the specificity of your feelings and the more you are able to embody those feelings during your visualization, the greater the amplification of your broadcast to life. I liken it to the difference between whispering and yelling your order. In my earlier example, my feeling when I saw the car of my dreams driving down the street bordered on lust. During your day, if a thought about your desire comes in, give yourself the luxury of taking a few moments to daydream about it. The combination of your frequency of visualization and your intensity of feelings have the effect of amplifying the volume of your broadcast and accelerating timeframe in which your thoughts show up in your reality. 4. At the completion of your daily visualization, make a couple minutes more to feel and express gratitude for having achieved your desire. The deeper you are able to feel your gratitude, the higher you are amping up your thought broadcast to life. Expressing gratitude for something that hasn't yet manifested in the physical might at first seem like a bit of a stretch. But when you put your order in at a restaurant, you probably have no doubt that it will be delivered to your table. You could begin feeling gratitude for the tasty food from the moment you order. Maybe you started salivating when you saw your dish's picture on the menu. Similarly, if you are consistent in the predominant thought forms you are broadcasting to life, it can't help but show up in your reality. Now is the perfect time to feel your gratitude. There's disagreement among sources I have studied about whether or not to put a due date on achieving your desire. Some say the due date should be part of your thought broadcast to life. I am of the belief that time is a human construct, and as such, life may not be bound by it. What I can control is the frequency and intensity of my manifestation sessions. So, if I am highly desirous of something manifesting sooner rather than later, I will just step those up. Why last? Perhaps you are wondering why creating with mind is the final technique in this book about upgrading your lifestyle, when it's such a powerful aid to creating a wonderful lifestyle. It's because mastering the process of creating with mind requires a number of techniques from previous chapters. Believing that you deserve happiness, being grounded in the belief that happiness is your birthright, is absolutely fundamental to this process. The greater your degree of self-love and absence of thoughts about worthiness, the more likely your thoughts will manifest. Conversely, without self-love, you are literally programming the benevolent nature of life with negative subconscious self-talk, thus inviting more negative experience into your life. A disciplined mind allows you to create vivid images in your mind of enjoying the objects of your desire, and hold concentration on your visualizations for a few minutes at a time. You are engaging mind's faculties of intention, determination, creativity, visualization, attention, focus, and concentration. This is where meditation is particularly helpful, to allow you to train your mind to observe your thoughts and be still of all interfering thoughts. Gratitude is a particularly important concept in manifesting. Feeling profound gratitude for having received the objects of your desires even before they have shown up in your reality is key. And, as we have previously discussed, whatever aspects of your life you express deep gratitude for tend to expand. You are literally programming the benevolent nature of life to give you more of that which you are grateful for. Resolving the negative programming in your subconscious mind allows you to put to bed forever those thoughts of, I don't deserve, and I'm not good enough, which would otherwise pose serious conflicts to your manifestation practice. The subconscious mind is active 24/7. If it holds self-limiting messages, they are being broadcast to life far more frequently than your visualizations. They become your predominant thought forms, far more powerful than your conscious desires. Changing the way you look at things allows you to approach creating with mind with curiosity and hope, and allows you to experiment with this process without conflicting thoughts. Creating with mind is a metaphysical process, meaning beyond the physical. Quantum mechanics seems to be leading to what may eventually become scientific theory for how and why it works. But when you are learning to become proficient at manifesting, some level of faith is needed on your part in this process, to be able to practice manifesting techniques effectively without the interference of, but thoughts. I will share another personal example of how I recently created one wonderful aspect of my day-to-day experience. I had met my partner Joy on Boracay Island in the Philippines during a visa run from Bali. Several months later I decided to move from Bali to the Philippines to begin a life with Joy. I loved much of the lifestyle I had created in Bali, but the draw to Joy seemed greater. How appropriate is that? But, after 18 months of exploring the Philippines together, we were unable to find a place with the natural beauty I had become accustomed to living in Bali and previously, Mexico. We started giving thought to moving to Colombia, which seemed to have the combination of natural beauty and modern infrastructure we were craving. But that meant that Joy would have to leave her family. And, you will recall from my earlier story, family is pretty important to Filipinos. One day, I was contacted by someone who had moved to the Philippines from Bali. We had a Bali friend in common who had suggested he contact me once he got settled. He lived halfway across the country from where Joy and I lived, so we hadn't met. When I shared with him that we might leave the Philippines because we hadn't been able to find our place, he said, if you miss the natural beauty of Bali, you should come and see Valencia, where I live. It will feel very familiar to you. We were on a plane 2 days later. Within hours of landing, Joy and I decided that this was our place. Lush greenery, waterfalls and mountains, a big community park, a short drive from beaches and excellent diving, a college town on the ocean with good restaurants, coffee shops, well-stocked grocery stores, and an airport. But we couldn't move just yet, because I had a trip out of the country scheduled. We decided to make another voyage to Valencia 2 months later to find a place to live, then move our stuff to our new home shortly after. A few weeks prior to our house hunting trip, we decided to create a clear visualization of the place we wanted to move into, to give a clear message to life in the form of a manifestation practice. On the following page are the primary characteristics that we dreamed up and visualized ourselves enjoying. Beautiful, expansive nature views from a veranda. Clean, well-equipped kitchen with lots of cabinet and counter space. A comfortable bed, making for a good night's sleep. A swimming pool to cool off during hot summer days. Modern, comfortable furniture. Cool breezes flowing through an open living space. Friendly neighbors. Within a specific budget figure. Reliable and fast internet service. We talked about our desires nearly every day, to create as clear and complete a vision as we could of our ideal place, and to build our enthusiasm. I took our vision into meditative visualization sessions. I could feel the comfortable, cool breezes flowing through the home. I love to cook, so we visualized Joy and I having fun preparing food and cooking in the modern kitchen. I imagined feeling the cool water of the pool as a contrast to the hot sun. I visualized the two of us relaxing on the veranda, enjoying a sweeping view of nature. We imagined ourselves falling asleep in each other's arms in the comfortable bed. And then, at the completion of the visualization, I redirected my mind to feel my gratitude for having found our special place in Valencia. We had those clear visions in our minds when we traveled back to Valencia to discover our home. We looked at 3 or 4 places that were maybe 75% of what we had visualized. But each time, as we got to the car, we looked at each other and said, that wasn't it. We absolutely knew we would find the place we had visualized, it was just a matter of when. We visited an apartment complex on large wooded grounds with a community pool that looked ideal. But when we entered the unit, the furniture and appliances weren't of the quality we had visualized, so it was a no. Driving to our next appointment, I made a comment to Joy, "Wow, did you notice how stark white those walls were? I would have to paint as soon as we got there. I really dislike bright white walls." We went on to see the next place. A winding road off the main road led us through mainly undeveloped land with big, beautiful trees nearly overhanging the road, papaya, banana, palms, and lots of other lush vegetation. We turned into the condo community, 6 brand new, contemporary design condos set back about 300 feet from the road, an impressive first sight. As we drove up the driveway, we saw the swimming pool shimmering blue in the sun. The landlord showed us into the unit. At first it seemed an odd layout, the 2 bedrooms and bathroom were on the first floor. However, the bedrooms were furnished with quality wood furniture and comfortable mattresses, with an attractive, modern bathroom between them. As we walked upstairs to the main living area, I commented about how odd it was that the living space was on the second floor. She smiled and invited us out through the sliding glass door in the front of the unit to a veranda with a breathtaking, panoramic view of the pool, a coconut grove, the ocean, and the next island over. The great view from the higher elevation was why the living space was on the second floor. The kitchen was as we had imagined it, with one added feature: it had an oven. I had rarely seen an oven in any rental in SE Asia, but now I would be able to prepare my favorite baked and broiled recipes. The furniture was contemporary and comfortable, just as we had specified. The landlord opened the back door to a rear veranda that looked out onto another beautiful natural view of a pasture with coconut palms, and the peak of a mountain in the background. Before stepping out the rear door, we noticed the cool breeze flowing through the home with both the front and rear doors open. Every last detail we had visualized was there, and more. Life went above and beyond our visualization. High-speed internet, satellite TV and water were included in the rent, and space on the rear veranda for a barbecue grill. As we expected, it fit in our budget. And, as if in response to my offhand remark in the car about white walls, the walls were beige. Joy and I looked at each other with big smiles. This was undoubtedly the home we had created with our thoughts. You see, we had absolutely no doubt whatsoever that we would find our ideal place in Valencia. Because I have created the world around me using the creative thought faculty of my mind so many times before, I know now that it works whenever I apply the formula to invoke the magic. So many more stories to share, so little space in this book. I have studied creative thought manifestation fairly intensively over the last 12 years or so because it seems so fascinating and magical to me. I have found it such a practical means for creating fun and amazing changes in my life that I decided I wanted to know everything about how to engage this process. I remain a student, trying any new concepts I happen to find that resonate with me as true. I have facilitated study groups where people were just starting out with manifesting, and they often have reported surprising results each week when we got together. I have heard many different explanations for why it works. Putting myself in vibrational resonance with my desires. The creative aspect of mind speaks directly to the benevolent aspect of life, which is literally programmed to respond. The molecules of the universe are rearranged by my thoughts, to mirror my desires. Blah blah blah. The truth is, I don't know why it works. Nor do I care. The outcome speaks for itself. The how and why beyond my own visualizations is life's job, not mine. The mystical aspects of life and I are pretty comfortable with one another, thus, I am fine with not knowing. The important thing is, it works consistently and reliably. And it's been a major factor in progressively creating this amazing life that is my reality, one new manifestation at a time. Don't get caught in this trap. I have to share a pet peeve here. The example to the right is most definitely not creating with mind. This is one person posting a rather silly meme and 819, and counting, people replying, yes, like lemmings. This is magical thinking, like fairy dust. What's amazing is that this comes from a Facebook law of attraction group with nearly 120,000 members. This is just one of dozens of similar posts each week. There are very few instructive posts in that group, though it is run by someone who fancies himself a teacher of the law of attraction, and, I presume, probably charges quite a bit for courses and coaching. A photo of a stack of cash preceded by projecting financial abundance for each of us, potentially violating others' autonomy, then suggesting that people type yes, and then 819 people doing what they are told, is the antithesis of applying the law of attraction. I imagine that the extent of most of these people's knowledge of the law of attraction comes from watching the 2006 movie The Secret. Just like a 2-minute news broadcast never gives you much depth about a story, The Secret was intended as an introduction. It was a wonderful movie that introduced millions of people, including me, to this phenomenon. But it had remarkably little information about how to manifest one's thoughts. I had to read everything I could find and study with masters in order to discover how. Money is an absolutely useless object of desire. A photo of a stack of money, or thoughts of desiring money are the lazy person's way to define their desires. In my reality at least, it's difficult to feel any excitement or joy about having a big stack of cash like this. Because there's nothing inherently desirable about a stack of portraits of dead presidents printed on green paper, or a savings passbook with a number followed by a bunch of zeros. All of us have desires that money will buy, however. And that's where to apply our manifestation practices, not money. Money is no more than a convenient bartering object, but many continue to think of it as the end game, a sort of benchmark of success or self-worth. Oh, I would be so happy to have $1 million. With rarely any manifesting practice around what they would do with the money. I suspect that most people who view money as the end goal aren't getting much pleasure or happiness from whatever money they happen to come by. Here's another counterproductive aspect of that meme. The 800+ yes commenters are signaling no more than hope for money. Hope tends to be a verb based in lack. In other words, they are hoping for something they are acknowledging they lack. When they put lack of money out to life in the form of their predominant thought forms, life just naturally responds with more lack. On the other hand, hope and expectation, along with the manifestation practice I described earlier, adds intensity to your creative thought forms. A supportive affirmation. I will share a creative, affirmative thought from an old song. I had to do a Google search to discover that the song was from an obscure group called Timbuk3. It occurred to me recently, and I have started bringing it to mind since, to form the reality around me. My future's so bright, I gotta wear shades. Isn't that a cool thought form? It literally programs life for a bright, sunny future. The single most effective practice. This creative faculty of mind is the most wonderful and effective way of progressively upgrading your lifestyle, one increment at a time. First, because it literally shifts the world around you to match your desires. And secondly, in order to use it most effectively you must more fully develop other practices and faculties of mind. It's the big payoff for practicing the other methods you have read about here. When you are actively creating with mind in the manner described earlier in this chapter, you are literally exercising and training your mind, similar to when you exercise and train your muscles when you visit a gym. Once again, you are using the mind's faculties of intention, determination, creativity, visualization, attention, focus, and concentration. These faculties, rarely if ever taught in schools, are important resources in achieving success in any form. And yet, so very few of us ever learn just how powerful our minds are, and nor how to tone and build the power of these faculties like exercising our physical bodies. This practice and many of the others in this book literally increase your personal power by expanding the degree to which you make use of your mind. Any of your life's endeavors are enhanced by intentionally training your mind. Your exercise. Review the information under the heading, Why Last, earlier in this chapter, to decide if your mind is adequately clear and capable of producing predominant thought forms that are free from subconscious pollution. If you discern that you still need work in one or more of those areas, I suggest you do that work before performing this exercise. Your success will depend on the degree to which you are clear and consistent with your thought broadcasts. Call to mind one or several things you would like to manifest in your reality, an object, or even better, a lifestyle upgrade of some sort. Using the process for creating with mind given earlier in this chapter, set aside a few minutes each day to broadcast your desires to life. Maintain full expectation that life will respond to your desires. If any doubts come to mind, gently move them aside and replace them with thoughts of your desired object or experience. If you find this process difficult at first, like any of the other practices in this book, keep going. Determination is the avenue of success for any goal, creating with mind included. When your desire shows up in your reality, life has demonstrated once again its natural benevolent aspect. On to the next lifestyle upgrade created with mind. And the next. Mastery of the process of creating with mind is its own reward, in the lifestyle you will have created with your focused thoughts. An additional resource. In the other resources section toward the end of this book I write about an energetic support resource that has played a significant role in my ability to create a world around me that is beautiful, joyful, and peaceful. It essentially amplifies the power of my thought broadcasts to life by infusing them with greater energy. I encourage you to try Focused Life Force Energy at no charge for 15 or 30 days. You will find a link to begin a trial subscription in the other resources section. If you become a master of creating with your thoughts, by learning all you can about how to apply the law of attraction and adopting a daily manifestation practice, I promise that you will be amazed by how wonderful a lifestyle you have created for yourself over just a short period of time. Epilogue. I hope you have found one or several practices here that you are excited about making part of your daily routine. What would make me extremely happy is to know that it ignited your desire to create a lifestyle far more remarkably satisfying than you have imagined previously. I hope you are inclined to reach out to me with your experience, your suggestions, and even criticisms. I never planned to write a book. Though I have received more than a few suggestions from others that I should, I resisted the idea for years. But I couldn't ignore the inner urges over the last 2 years that became progressively more urgent. Those promptings and the insights that accompanied them finally lit up in an AHA moment so strong that I terminated a 5-year business partnership with 2 men I love and admire to devote my time to developing this book and the Upgrade Your Lifestyle body of work. Until now, that venture was the biggest expression of my life purpose, and a significant source of income. But I couldn't do justice to both endeavors simultaneously. I have no idea if Upgrade Your Lifestyle will ever replace the income from that venture, but I have complete trust in life to provide everything I need. I hope it's obvious that financial reward is not the reason I took this on. My why and my vision are very clear. This book will be read by tens of thousands of people like you, who will put into practice many of the concepts here, thus creating more personal power, also known as expanding consciousness, and significantly enhancing your experience of life. The result will affect not only you and them, but all those with whom you and they come in contact. The benefits of this book will accrue to millions of people. When I started this, I had the idea it would be 20 pages or so. When I sat down to write, I set a goal of writing 1,000 words a day, and let whatever inner wisdom pour out of my heart that wanted to express. As you have already seen, it got considerably longer than I had originally envisioned, and so I just kept going. It's what wanted to express through me. Mindful of the fact that very few will read a 150-page book offered as a freebie, I created a scaled-back version with a link to purchase the complete text at a reasonable price. What if you have questions that aren't addressed here? You are thirsting for more. You think you understand a concept here, but you would like some one-on-one discussion. You would like a sanity check on whether or not you are doing something properly. You realize you have subconscious messages that are sabotaging you, but you don't know what to do with them. You want some ongoing support along your journey. These 10 Keys book is the first offering of what will become my life's work for the balance of my days on this planet. There are about 1 million ideas flying through my mind as to how to expand on this work, to deliver high value and the most effective route to continually upgrade your lifestyle in the direction of your dreams. I will be sharing more via blogs, videos, interviews and webinars, and who knows what else. I will send you an email occasionally to share my insights and inform you about other resources as they become available. My website, www.upgrade-your-lifestyle.com, contains many other shorter writings in the form of blogs and a few videos. I will be adding to those resources over time. It's now early winter of 2018. Watch for upcoming blog posts, videos, webinars and interviews as they express through me. Shortly, I will be making myself available for personal one-on-one mentoring via online video conferencing for several hours a week. As a limited time offer, the first 30 minutes are on me. If you are uplifted by our free session, we may want to set up a series of additional sessions, as my time allows. Just reach out to me on the contact form at https://www.upgradeyour-lifestyle.com. I would love to hear from you about your experience with what I have written here. How is your reality changing for you? How have your thoughts changed? What have you found challenging or difficult to adopt? What could be explained better? Please drop me a note using the contact form on the website. If this book speaks to you as I hope it will, I will ask a favor. Please pay it forward to others, in 2 ways. 1. Send me a note with your personal experience of this book. I am open to criticisms, suggestions, and certainly affirmations you feel free to share. 2. Share your experience with those who might appreciate it, along with the link to the website. My blessings for you to create amazing, remarkable lifestyle. Bob Wuest. Additional resources. I am happy to share some resources here that have been a key part of my journey. I will list a few books here with links that, fair disclosure, will pay me a small commission to support my ongoing effort in expanding the Upgrade Your Lifestyle body of work. Forgiveness. Forgiveness is a practice that builds self-love. It can totally liberate you from residual negativity you are holding from a grudge. Some of the forgiveness practices in these books will help you understand that your grudge isn't about what happened, but rather the meaning you made of it. When you realize that, releasing it becomes way more simple. And forgiving yourself for the stories you have been holding is absolute self-loving freedom. Love is Letting Go of Fear, by Jerry Jampolsky and Diane Cirincione. Jerry and Diane have the amazing gift of being able to take an incredibly difficult textbook, A Course in Miracles, and boil it down to a few simple principles that are eminently understandable for the unenlightened among us, of which I am one. This book is specifically geared toward forgiveness. Highly recommended. A Mini Course for Life, by Jerry Jampolsky and Diane Cirincione. I am happy to still have my original copy of this book, personally signed by Jerry and his wife Diane when I met them in 2014. It's one of the 3 or 4 that were in my backpack when I moved from Mexico to Bali. This little book has 18 daily lessons for a profound new way of looking at the world and resolving whatever little problems life sends your way. Forward by Carlos Santana, one of their groupies, like me. Loving What Is, For Questions That Can Change Your Life, by Byron Katie. Byron Katie's wonderful book describes an amazingly simple formula to stop arguing with reality and changing your mind. You will find this formula familiar from some of the earlier chapters in this book. All human suffering results from arguing with reality, is directly derived from loving what island. Gratitude. I first learned about the power of gratitude to increase happiness from the Authentic Happiness website at UPenn, Dr. Martin Seligman's initiative. Their website is a rich resource for increasing optimism, life satisfaction, hope, spirituality and religiousness, forgiveness, empathy and pro-social behavior. I had to revisit the website to obtain this link, and I started a new course in positive psychology. https://ppce.sas.upenn.edu. Giving from the Heart or Life Purpose. Half-Time, Moving from Success to Significance, by Bob Buford. At the most difficult time in my life, what many refer to as a midlife crisis, someone suggested I read Half-Time. I recognized my time of suffering, and all that had led up to it in Buford's Half-Time. And why not? Half-time is archetypal in nature, it happens to all of us. The book filled me with optimism about the next stage of life, one with far greater focus on significance or benevolent service to the all, and far less interest in success or self-serving pursuits. Highly recommended. The Alchemist, by Paulo Coelho. Right on time, on the heels of Half-Time, I was introduced to The Alchemist. Coelho has a wonderful way of weaving engaging fiction around meaningful life skills in his many books. If the chapter here about community service and life purpose resonated with you, then I can't recommend this book highly enough. The Alchemist fairy tale inspired me to live my life's purpose with passion and enthusiasm, and it's remained with me ever since. When you are in pursuit of your personal legend, the entire universe conspires with you to achieve it, a rough paraphrase of the meaningful lesson of The Alchemist. The Shift movie, free on YouTube, Dr. Wayne Dyer. Wayne Dyer's dramatic film illustrates our natural shift from motivation to meaning, usually sometime in our 40s or 50s. Motivation and meaning are different words for the same shift Buford describes in Half-Time as success to significance. A great watch that will make for a meaningful evening. Be sure to watch also his interview about the shift after you have watched the movie. Creating with Mind. The Secret, Rhonda Byrne. The film version of this book first opened my eyes to the power of our thoughts to create our everyday reality. It set up for me a thirst to know more, which has led to me becoming a serious student, a practitioner and sometimes teacher of this wonderful, mystical ability. Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill. When I began researching and studying the law of attraction with some of the secret movies' rock stars, Think and Grow Rich was a frequently quoted resource. I couldn't not read it. Written in 1937, Napoleon Hill interviewed many of the millionaire superstars of this important time in American history, the Industrial Revolution, to discover a commonality in their approaches to success and wealth they created with their minds. Lots of practices in this great book. The Science of Getting Rich, Attracting Financial Success Through Creative Thought, Wallace Wattles. Written even earlier, this 1910 book of less than 100 pages describes an infallible science and simple and direct practices for creating wealth. There were some passages in this book that literally rocked my world at the time, and since have found their way into my common thought forms. The best $5 you will ever spend. Spiritual development. You may have guessed that I have been on a spiritual path for a long time. Though, as I promised at the outset, I have attempted to translate spiritual principles into practical concepts that anyone can engage regardless of their spiritual leanings, or not. Here are a few foundational books that have significantly influenced my journey and I feel good about recommending. There are many more, but for the sake of brevity I am listing only 3. A Return to Love, by Marianne Williamson. Marianne Williamson has a unique gift of translating the complex principles of A Course in Miracles into practical lessons for literally every aspect of everyday life. I still have my 20-year-old, dog-eared copy of A Return to Love, one of the 3 or 4 books that have followed me around the world. This book is an eye-opener. Conversations with God, An Uncommon Dialogue, Book 1, Neil Donald Walsh. Conversations with God totally shifted my view of God from the judgmental and angry personality of my Catholic background to a loving and compassionate energy. His entire series of books is written as if they are literally back-and-forth dialogues with God. Immensely helpful in the early stages of my journey. Power versus Force, The Hidden Determinants of Human Behavior, by Dr. David R. Hawkins. Dr. Hawkins is among the most advanced spiritual teachers of our time. In his book he presents kinesiology as the best method for determining the presence or absence of truth in any statement, far more advanced than a lie detector, and available to all of us, via muscle testing. Then, he goes on to demonstrate how to use kinesiology to measure the consciousness level of any person, place or thing throughout history as applied to the Hawkins scale of consciousness. Mental and Emotional Resilience. Science of the Heart, Exploring the Role of the Heart in Human Performance, the HeartMath Institute. The HeartMath Institute has been studying the heart's effect on the brain, the emotions and all of the body's systems since 1991. Much of their research is groundbreaking in nature, and has led to both scientific and thought breakthroughs throughout the medical research industry. Science of the Heart is an amazingly readable book that provides examples and practices around creating greater heart-centered coherence. I have mentioned elsewhere here that I have been a member of a worldwide brotherhood of men since 2001 called the Mankind Project, MKP. There is no more positively life-altering decision I have made in my entire life than to be ritually initiated into MKP via their introductory weekend, the New Warrior Training Adventure, and to attend their weekly men's circles for years on end. In those circles, men support one another in excavating and healing our emotional baggage, and dealing with life's challenges as they arise week to week. MKP is essentially heart-centered leadership training for men, with 4 core tenets: authenticity, integrity, connection to feelings, and a mission of service to the world. Feel free to check their link for more information. I will just say it's been the greatest journey of my life. Though the Mankind Project is limited to men, there's a companion organization for women called Woman Within. Naturally, I can't speak with first-hand knowledge of their program. However, Woman Within was started by the wife of one of the founders of the Mankind Project, so I have a strong suspicion their programs are of the same caliber. Energetic support. I was honored and privileged to participate in a startup venture in 2013 with 2 other men I have since come to regard as spiritual teachers, of a most amazing method of bringing high consciousness energy into our living spaces. Focused Life Force Energy is like a 24/7 prayer machine for your home or mobile phone. It brings the consciousness level of your home or the field around your mobile phone to a level on a par with sacred shrines, temples, and pilgrimage sites around the world. Being in such a high consciousness field for several months will increase the level of consciousness of everyone involved. Every relationship benefits because the consciousness level is one of unconditional love. FLFE clears all negative energies from the home repeatedly, residual energies from previous residents, geopathic stress that tends to drain energy, and the everyday disagreements we all encounter. The FLFE wave applied to mobile phones harmonizes the harmful EMF radiations, thus making the mobile phone supportive of, rather than dangerous to biological life. I left Focused Life Force Energy, FLFE, to devote my efforts to create the body of work I call Upgrade Your Lifestyle. But I don't plan to ever again be without life-enhancing benefits of FLFE. It supports my creativity, productivity, focus and concentration. It allows me to meditate more deeply, and sleep soundly. It supports my immune system, filtering organs, and overall health. It increases the intensity of my creative thought broadcasts to life, thus essentially amplifying their volume. It's an incredibly amazing subscription service that is gaining worldwide recognition among alternative health practitioners, energy workers, yoga instructors, and spiritual teachers. I can't recommend it highly enough. I invite you to try it free for 15 days on your mobile phone, and in addition, in your home, if you live in one of the countries they serve. This link http://flfa.me/freeflfa will get you the free 15-day trial, without any need for a credit card or any ongoing commitment. I encourage you to visit their website and look around. There's a wealth of great knowledge about high consciousness and the FLFE service there. About the author. I am a humble man, not typically given to boastful statements about how well I do anything. Please forgive if you detect an air of immodesty about my current lifestyle. I thought it useful to share about the dramatic manner in which my life has transformed as a result of practicing the concepts I have written about here. I write to inspire people to embrace the personal development journey that leads to profound happiness. Regardless of life conditions, this path cannot help but produce a deeply joyful life. As it has mine. I live in a condo on a tropical island, with a magnificent view from my veranda, a swimming pool, coconut palm groves, the ocean, and a nearby island. Gorgeous sunrises greet me most every morning. I wake early to meditate, usually greeting the sunrise. I take afternoon naps a couple days a week. I normally work out 3 times a week to keep my physical body functioning well even as I age, but recently I've been walking upwards of 7 miles daily. I'm in training for a 500-mile pilgrimage on the Camino de Santiago in Spain in 2019. Most days, I have exactly 0 stress in my life. I am grateful to have all the resources I need to live a comfortable lifestyle, travel extensively, scuba dive in amazing places, and film awesome drone videos of beaches, waterfalls, and pure natural mountain streams. I characterize my lifestyle as fun, grace, and ease. There's no one in the world I would rather be, no place I would rather live. I wouldn't trade a thing that has happened in my life, because each event, good and, particularly, bad, has been a learning experience, a step along the path that has brought me to this phenomenal daily experience of a vibrant life. My partner, Joy, is the most incredibly wonderful woman I have ever had the pleasure to know. She's fun, loving, caring, and wise beyond her years. She is an insightful mirror, and frequently a source of spiritual wisdom. I love, admire, and respect this woman beyond any capacity I have had in the past. Our feelings for one another seem to grow each day. Joy practices yoga regularly. She attended a few classes, found her groove, then taught herself most of her advanced poses from YouTube videos. She has an interest in teaching yoga, and will likely to go to teacher's training someday soon. She grew up at the top of a mountain in the Philippines, and walked to and from school for hours each day. Consequently, she's a natural hiker. I have hiked all over the world, but she can literally run circles around me, barefoot. Recently, she overnighted with 2 other women to the crest of a 6,200-foot high mountain, having hiked for 6 hours earlier. Way more treacherous a path than I am willing to take on. She's an amazing woman. That's the short version of my life today. Was life always so amazing for me? Not at all. I will share some of the sordid details of my rocky earlier life. I was physically abused and essentially abandoned as a child. My father beat me regularly, taking out his inner anger and frustration on me. I never got the loving attention from either parent that every child desires. So, I acted out to try to get them to notice me. It worked, though not in the way I had in mind. They had me picked up by the police on multiple occasions, and eventually incarcerated in 2 different institutions, because some child psychologist branded me as incorrigible. I managed to escape adolescence with only minor outer scars and bruises, though the inner damage was a train wreck. At age 19 I found myself in jail, alongside some really scary people, for outrunning the police several times in my 1965 GTO. Fortunately, I was only jailed for a few weeks, and within a year I was able to land a job in the nascent computer industry, earning what seemed to a young man like a lot of money. At age 22 I married a woman who I later realized was chronically depressed. I overlooked her dark moods while dating because she was physically attractive, and seemed to give me the love I desperately craved but never got from my mother. We later had 2 daughters together. When I divorced her after 6 years of marriage from frustration with her moods and their effect on me and my kids, she moved with my daughters to a location 300 miles away. The kids and I were devastated at being apart from one another, and a long period ensued where I would drive or fly there every second weekend to visit with them. I have vivid memories of my first daughter sobbing uncontrollably when I left to go back to my home. During that long 5-hour drive I usually cried quite a bit, too. I married again 3 years later, and soon after had a 3rd daughter who became the apple of my eye. My new wife and baby daughter accompanied me on my weekend trips to see my other daughters. The girls grew quite close, and my wife seemed to love and care for them as her own. But I had no idea how to love a good woman, having never seen love modeled for me by my parents. My career was on the fast path, and I threw myself into it, working long hours for years on end, the behavior of a classic workaholic. I told myself my long hours were to better support my family as my income and responsibilities grew. That was partially true. But the deeper truth is, I was working 60 to 70 hours a week to avoid my inadequacy at emotional intimacy with my wife and daughter. My wife complained frequently about my long hours away from home, and in her wisdom tried to get me to see what I was doing. It didn't work. I viewed her efforts as nagging, and thought she was minimizing my financial contribution to our marriage. I grew bored and frustrated with being nagged and avoiding intimacy. I craved more intimacy, but I was unable to receive it even if offered from my wife. 17 years after we were married, I was well into middle age at this point. I started an affair with a woman I lusted for, and eventually felt like I loved. Before I had to make a choice of which woman to be with, my wife and daughter found out about my affair. When they confronted me with it, I lied and said it wasn't true. Then they presented me with evidence they had found on my computer. I was crushed, probably less so about having been discovered by my wife, and more so because she had brought my daughter in on it, and both of them called me on my lies. I selfishly viewed it as an attempt to influence my daughter against me, thus attributing some blame to her and away from my own infidelity. I used this lame excuse to leave her to be with my lover. Soon after, she presented me with divorce papers. We went through a 1-year period of trauma and drama while the divorce played out, and our lawyers moved into new tax brackets. The eventual result was that she was awarded the bulk of our assets and a good part of my income, and my daughter essentially disowned me. Though my lover and I had moved in together, I couldn't be happy because of the profound shame and guilt I was carrying about having left my wife, who I knew at my core was a good woman, and trying to recover a relationship with my daughter. My paramour later left me for another man, another devastating emotional blow. A deep depression followed, and thoughts of taking my own life were with me nearly every day. Clearly, my life was not working. It was full of emotional pain, and it seemed like it might be better to just end it. Fortunately, I never acted on my daily visualizations of how to take my life. You have probably gotten the idea by now that I was a badly broken man with no concept of love of self or others, and no real moral values. That would be about correct. Of course, I am not proud of the man I was. But I have to be brutally honest with you. Because whatever is your own life experience and state of mind, you are probably no more damaged goods than I was. The painful episodes later became valuable learning experiences for me in learning to take ownership in my actions, and forgiving myself, thus moving toward greater self-love. The last two events I described, and my brush with suicidal thoughts were significant emotional traumas that literally turned my world upside down. The realization that my life was terminally screwed and riddled with self-hate led me, out of sheer desperation to survive, to seek a different path that seemed to promise some relief from suffering. My sister suggested I try attending a 12-step group, which led to a Unity church where I was fortunate to hear Marianne Williamson speak weekly about practical life lessons from A Course in Miracles. Through the Unity Men's Group, I was initiated into the Mankind Project, MKP, in 2001, followed by weekly circles of MKP brothers supporting one another in deep emotional exploration, unpacking integrity and authenticity, and cultivating a life of service to the world via devotion to a personal mission. Thousands of hours of weekly emotional excavation and healing work in those circles led to an emergence of soul awareness, and a desire for mystical studies and experiences in meditation, metaphysics, tantra, shamanism, breathwork and movement. These established a greater connection to my divine inner nature, and a devotion to service to the collective by discovering, exploring and sharing my gifts. I was fortunate to be invited to develop the internet infrastructure for the initial public rollout of focused life force energy in 2013. This life-changing service concentrates and focuses energy on homes, business, and mobile phones throughout the world. It creates a high consciousness field, similar to the healing energy of revered temples, monasteries, and sacred pilgrimage sites throughout the world. It leads to expanded levels of consciousness for anyone exposed to the FLFE energy. Being saturated in the high consciousness space of FLFE since 2013 has undoubtedly led to much of my personal and spiritual growth during that period. My involvement with FLFE was the highest expression to date of positively influencing the world by living my life's purpose with passion and enthusiasm. An inner calling led me to separate from focused life force energy in 2018, to allow me to concentrate on giving my gifts in a more personal and more profound manner. The Upgrade Your Lifestyle body of work is the latest and greatest expression of my life's purpose. I hope it's crystal clear to you that if I can achieve deep self-love and gratitude, a uniquely remarkable lifestyle and profound, heart-centered happiness after such a tortured past, then those are equally available to you. The concepts and practices in this book are the core foundation of my happiness, and I hope soon, yours. Namaste. Bob.